Good morning. Today is March 13th, 2024. The time is now 9:02 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting to order. If you do have your cell phones, let's please silence them at this time. And I'll leave the pledge if you would like to do the implication.
Sure.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, we just thank you for this opportunity to meet together as a board for the citizens of this county. I just ask for your blessing upon the citizens that reside here within this county. You have made each one so unique and so precious in this county, and they each one brings such uniqueness to make up this county, Lord, that I just pray, Lord, that the decisions we make here will be for the benefit of all. I just pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir. Ellie, can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner F,
Present.
and Clerk to the Board, Kelly Camper present.
Okay. And audience introductions. We'll start with you, Virginia.
Virginia Trivio, Treasurer.
James Gilbert. Flag Airport Manager. Vince Roadbridge.
Nadine Peterson.
Jim Chaplin.
Okay. And we have Darla, John, Rob, and Veronica online. And if anyone goes to speak later, if you could identify yourself for the record, I'd appreciate that. Any amendments to the agenda?
None other than to formally say that we will need to take a break right before finance so we can get the screen and the projector hooked up for Redland's PowerPoint presentation. Other than that, I think, and then starting, talk to the coroner, he's full-time, he probably should give an official report if you guys are okay with that. But put him under the elected official reports for once a month as well, so.
Yeah, he needs to be there.
So Kelly, if you'd add that for next for a monthly cycle, that'd be great. Other than that, that's all I have.
Okay.
I got a quick one, maybe, considering I got late notice, Brian Anderson at the airport sent in Marty Berry's resume. They've nominated him for the board position for us to approve. And I didn't get it, I didn't see it in time to get it on the agenda, so if we want to, we can take a look at that. I can send it to you, or we can do it next week. There's no issue doing it next week,
Yeah, let's.
because the airport doesn't meet,
Oh,
until after that.
until after that, okay, yeah, let's put it on next week.
I'll send the resume to everybody.
Okay.
Got that. All right, thank you. We have minutes from March 6th. Morning, sir.
Well, Dan,
I move that we accept the meeting minutes of the March 6th.
second it.
Meeting.
Okay, so the motion on the floor to approve the minutes from March 6th, 2024. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or do we have any further discussion?
We do.
Okay.
Then I'll take back my
Thank
eye.
you.
I didn't
I didn't see anything to discuss.
before, but the Yuba Zonto short-term rental, didn't we push that out just a month? it says here that we to table this for 2 months. Was that the actual motion?
That was the motion that Bill made that died, and then
Oh.
your motion, your following motion
It's a month.
Okay,
was.
just making sure that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. No further comment from this man.
Okay. Do you still make
I'll
that?
I'll
motion?
say aye.
Aye.
Any other discussion?
Always good to check.
Okay, that being the case, those, in favor of approving the minutes from March 6, 2024, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner items, Commissioner,
So for Vertimont Tower, we've got 2 estimates for the HVAC unit on there for the building. We're getting different options for the generator, including just finding a different, factory or factory equivalent, transfer case. Because the generator does run good. So, and that's the main issues that are there is they took out the guts of the old transfer case or the existing one, and they put in some different ones. So, one of the contractors is saying, if I can find you a transfer case package that would tie up everything and make it run appropriately, would that be an acceptable option? And I said, well, give me an estimate. See what that looks like, because the generator runs fine, so problem's never been so much with the generator, but with the transfer case and getting it to start when it's supposed to start, so.
and communicate back to the state as well.
Yeah.
There's a
Communicate,
link
doesn't
there
start.
on it.
Yeah, so. So we're reaching out to some other companies, try to get more than just one bid on that, so. And then doing both Kohler and generator, so. Mold is cleaned up in the county office building. It appears that we have the leak stopped as well. We'll see with this impending rain and snow that we get, whether that's the factor, if we have more leaks to fix for what we got there, so. And then he is going out for bids, especially on that lower roof, because that's the one in worse shape than any of the others. Went to the fair board and picked up the receipts for 23 that Vernon needs to enter into the 23 ledger. So we've got those in hand now, and so we'll be going through and putting those in, and then it'll be just one general reimbursement to the fair board for 23.
Good.
And then.
I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it. Glad you got it.
So that's where we're at. So that's all I got.
Mr. Ken,
Nothing new.
nothing new. Just a quick mention, next week we'll be looking at Senator DeCristo is looking for a easement to do some overhead lines in front of the landfill and down to the sawmill. And they're looking for that because they're coming across inside at the landfill with their poles, it looks like. So we'll be looking at that next week. And I think one of the things we need to find out in conversation with Vince is if they're inside the fence, they'll need to talk to the county to get an easement all the way down through there. If they're on the outside of the fence, they need to get with Road and Bridge because they have a fee for each pole that goes in out there in their right of way. So, I have a meeting tomorrow afternoon, up here, with, Custer County, the CRS up here, and I'll be giving them some updates on where we're at moving forward with the weed, stuff. Reggie is going to be meeting in Fremont County today and talking to the Fremont County weed manager, who may be willing to take on weed manager in Custer County for this year and doing some training for someone else. And there is a possibility we would have a sprayer for this summer, but that has not come to fruition yet, so working on that. And then I've got the receipts put together to turn in on the mini grants that we had last year through USDOG, and I'm, for the roofs up there at recycling. So I have them in possession and getting ready to turn them in. Might do that after the jail. So that's all I have.
Thing I will mention the meeting, the Upper Arkansas Valley Conservancy District's meeting Friday, so I'll be going instead on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Change their meeting date.
When do they pick, you're talking about the water?
The water district, yeah.
When are they picking,
They're doing that this week, so I
this
don't know, I think know whether they're gonna do it Friday or not, or the week after, but I'll know as soon as it's here.
Nice, okay.
And then we're talking about amending the agenda. I wanted to remove the executive session for today. Should have mentioned it, so you want to handle that now.
Maybe on break, I'd like to
Or
talk to
maybe-
Dan about
okay,
that
let's
first
do
and
that
then
first.
see.
Alright.
So,
And I'll talk to him too. I'll be with you.
all righty, fair enough. Do you have anything for us, Dan?
I don't know, I apologize for being a little late. I was caught up in a court hearing, over across, well, it wasn't really across the street.
Today?
I've been appropriating, the DHS office as the county attorney office lately. And so I was just appearing virtually, but I got caught up in that. So I apologize for being a few minutes late.
No problem, sir. Kelly.
Nothing.
All righty. And Rich Smith, the sheriff, said he is tied up this morning, and so he will not be here. I don't believe he sent anything either, correct?
No, I didn't see anything from him.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Virginia, you will be first then.
I don't wanna shake hands because I've got a cold.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't wanna give it to anybody.
Back off.
Yeah.
We'll do a long distance one now.
Wave.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anything you want to talk first?
Well, there's on redemption, that's a pass-through account. It goes in and it goes out, and it's showing negative, and we know why, just need to fix it, so. I dug into that and found out what happened, so just haven't fixed it yet.
What
And
are
did-
redemptions?
Redemptions are a tax lien.
Oh,
When I have a tax lien sale and they pay that lien off, they call it redemptions.
Is that an issue with the process or the computers? You said you knew it was.
I just know that it was taken out twice the amount,
Or what?
and it shouldn't have been.
Oh.
So I don't know what triggered that, so, but we're gonna fix it. Also, did you do anything about that health insurance, do that transfer? You were gonna put it on the agenda?
Did we talk about this?
Yeah, we did.
I guess not.
Health
We'll
insurance,
do it next time.
5,476.12. We don't use that account anymore,
Oh,
so we
that's
were gonna
right.
transfer. it to
Get rid of
county
that
general.
account.
So that money gets transferred to where?
General, county general, yeah. Don't know where else it would go, it just,
That's right.
Tell me the amount again.
5,000, what?
like, you can have it,
5476.
12.
Okay,
You won't.
I'll get it anyway, so yeah, okay.
we usually do that's not a budget adjustment evaluation, is it?
I
Or is
talked to
it-
Vernon about it, he's gonna fix it, I don't
Okay.
know what he's gonna have to do.
Okay, we'll just add that to the
That's not
resolution
really
if we
right.
do transfer it, so. Okay.
keep track of it.
Donated funds, like posse or any of that stuff, how do we, and then also grants, like the CTO grants, from tourism, that 20,000 is gonna be deposited soon, sometime in March. How should the departments communicate with you that, hey, this is coming up, or we see this coming in, or?
The CTO grant, there is a line for that
Okay.
in tourism. We know all about that.
Okay.
There's the posse you asked about.
Mhm.
We have a line for that. We have a line for widows and children.
Okay,
We have a line for canine. I mean, there's a line just about for everything for donation.
okay, okay. Well, thank you.
But if someone knows there's one coming in, they need to make you aware of it.
That would be nice,
Okay.
that we can look for it.
Because some of the ACHs don't come in with a
Much,
description.
Okay.
So,
like this morning, we had a 10,000 come in on the bank, USDA. Now I knew what it was, but Barbie didn't know for sure what it was. So I keep a paper in the file cabinet that shows it's the sheriff's grant.
Oh, yes.
It's just stuff like that. You just learn over the years.
Yeah. Yeah, because it appears that we get very little information, especially
We-
on those ACHs.
You got that right. There are some days that I am going office to office trying to find this money. And everybody wants it.
But only one person owns it.
well, you had one last year, nobody wanted to claim for a while.
Yeah, and I think it took us like 2 months to finally
Figure out who
it
it was, but we're getting all that fixed. I hope.
Well, I can't do nothing about the state.
No,
Yeah.
Or an individual that comes in and just plops money down.
sometimes you can go on the state's website and do the acronym that they have in there and it'll kind of tell you what it's for. But then it pulls up public
Got a
health
code.
and OEM, and so you have several offices it could be,
Okay.
but you have somebody you can at least call and find out.
Yeah, because we have, I mean, CDPHE grants go to OEM,
They go over.
recycling, I mean, it's landfill.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. That's the questions I had.
Anything else? All right, I would entertain a motion then.
Move, we accept the treasurer's report.
And I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor to accept the treasurer's report for the month of January 2024. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Hope you're feeling better.
Oh, I do too. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. That would bring you up, Vince.
Guess you don't have a cold.
I was looking at, I was looking at my computer screen. I apologize, sir. Trying to pull up your report. There we got
Have
it.
plow, will plow. Just waiting for snow.
Waiting for snow.
Sounds like you'll get it.
We'll see.
Somebody's gonna get it.
They've been lying so
For
far.
suggestions for work planned.
Well, right now we're just patching potholes and grading the roads that need to be graded. Just fixing them up, smooth them up best we can. They're still frozen. So we can't get them cut.
You got a little bit of soft on top.
Yeah, you get, when you grade the road, you get a window about this tall. Yeah, but we can fill in the potholes on the dirt road to a certain extent, smooth them up, but
Can't cut it.
we can't cut it deep enough.
Senior. Tree trimmers coming in the other day, from out east.
Trim the trees out. But yeah, we plan on, Scott and I got a lot of stuff lined out, but we gotta wait for Mother Nature to give us the green light. So as soon as she gives us the green light, we got a lot of work to do.
Did you hear back on what that issue might be with your pumps this time?
I checked my email this morning and the contractor's not got back with me, so when I get through with the meeting, I'm gonna go call him and see what's going on. But the pumps are shutting down. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You pump 10 to 11 to 12 gallons, it doesn't matter if it's gas and diesel, they automatically just shut off. So you have to take your key for your vehicle, put your 4-digit code back in, reprogram the pump and start it back up and put 10 to 11 gallons in and it shuts off. So we have no idea. It's not throwing any codes in the Vita root system. So I'm assuming that's a computer electrical system problem and getting worse.
So when does the new system go in?
Mike's,
We're coming.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sherry will get a hold of all the entities when the new system goes in, so they can do something different for fuel. Cause it's probably gonna be down for a week. And we are getting our one truck fixed, the hood's getting painted as I speak in Canyon, so it'll be back together next week.
That's one of your,
Belly dump trucks.
We had a couple calls on potholes.
They're working on, yeah, we're working on copper right now.
They're
Copper is a train wreck, so when soon as June comes, Scott and I got it planned to haul hot mix up from Canyon City. And we'll blade patch copper and it's done.
There's still some on horn too.
Yeah, we got to hot patch some of them.
Big,
Yeah,
And did Rich get a hold of you yesterday?
yes.
Okay, because he was gonna go see if he can.
And
find
then
you.
when you guys, if you could do me a favor, you 3 commissioners, when you guys get a new administrator for your secretary, could you get something in the paper? Kind of explaining to the public that Road and Bridge is getting started for the spring and summer work, and when you see the guys out working on the roads, they need to please slow down. Cause I'm afraid the way some of these roads are, somebody's gonna get hit. And I don't wanna see that.
or go off the road or whatever.
Yeah.
Case may be.
My blade almost got hit on copper a couple days ago. They were that far away from the cutting edge.
We don't want to been in the car.
And I don't wanna go home with somebody getting hurt or killed when they hit a piece of machinery. That's on, I'm not gonna forget that.
Mhm. Nope, we can do that.
Yeah, so they did have an issue out on Butler 2 days ago. And so trying to get something set up to where they can on some of these faster, higher speed roads, possibly get a deputy or a posse member out there to help slow the traffic down.
That's not my phone.
Looking at you, it's your.
In fact, I'll have Jordan start working on something to put in the papers.
Yeah.
So, and put on the website. Let's just get that going, that ball rolling, that notice.
And like I said earlier, I did get an application today on email. I looked it over. He just doesn't have a tanker endorsement. So I'll talk to him.
What's it take to get the tanker endorsement?
The class online is 15 to 20 questions
And some dollars.
and some money. I don't know how much it costs.
And that's not a hazmat endorsement,
No.
that's just for tanker.
Yeah.
Anything else? Questions, sirs?
None for me, thank you.
Done.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I need to see, talking about a couple other issues later.
Okay. Well, I'm on the rest
Not
of the
a
day.
road, but I got a couple.
I need to talk to you, so I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay. Never like to hear that.
Well, it's just a simple thing,
All
but
right, that's fine. Yeah. Totally.
thank you.
And you're gonna stick your head in there, Vince, and see if Bob wants to come out.
It's Bob's
Bob wants to
up,
Come out.
HR.
Should have done that while I was shutting the door.
He shut the door, Bob shut it.
No, I shut it
Oh, you shut it.
because I could hear him talking.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Now, Bob, now, Bob.
Around table.
Morning, Bob.
Morning, sir.
So this is my first report to you, so there's not a whole lot since I've been here that long. We're making the rounds, visiting with departments, offering the opportunity to go out to meet the employees, department head. So I've met with several so far, most of the elected officials, road and bridge, at least the operator side, public health, been over there. That's it.
Been
So-
down to Wetmore yet,
No,
just to meet people,
I haven't been to Wetmore. Is there somebody in Wetmore I
No.
need to see?
wondering if you don't forget it.
Two guys from Road and Bridge down there in the shop.
Oh, I didn't know anything about them.
Oh.
Nobody said anything.
Last bastion
Get
of
with
peace
me
and
and I
quiet.
will set up one of these mornings, we'll meet in Wetmore and you can start in Wetmore and, I'll take you in and introduce you.
Oh, yeah, didn't even know that we had a
So,
shop out
when
there.
you went over here, they went up that day, they did AMSHA training, I think, the day after that, and they were all up there.
So I want to get to the mechanics and, so I know there's more people there, but all they had was just the operators, as far as I know.
Okay.
So I'm still working on getting around to the departments. I told them I don't have any agenda. I just opening a chance for them to know who I am, ask questions, anything on their minds. You know, so try to do that once a quarter-ish, depending on their schedules, so.
Okay.
Okay, I've been going through just, I guess initially my whole want is to just see what we're doing, what the operations is, what the procedures are, those kinds of things. And spent some time, and so I hope you'll have this. If not, because I sent them to be in a packet to go down
Send
to.
it to him.
Sent that over. To go out, there's in a packet to you.
This is what,
Yeah, we do not have this one.
Don't have it.
Okay, so I can make copies for you.
That's your
But-
mission statement. No, that's.
Well, that's,
The mission statement and the report was.
Oh,
what I
we do
had.
have that.
All I have is the mission.
You need to go back one page from the initial report.
I only have the mission statement, this one.
Come back here.
Oh, there you go.
There you
Okay,
have
we
it.
got it.
okay, so we can start with the mission statement if you want.
Go ahead.
So think it's helpful for the board and just the employees and the citizens to felt as, because I hadn't seen anything, but just to put together what, and this isn't, I guess, put out to you if you want to add to it, change to it, give some changes, but basically what I see as the mission and objectives and core responsibilities of the Human Resources Department. So, you know, obviously that's up to your discretion to change or modify. So, put that out if, you know, anything you want to change or do any of those things. Then that's kind of gives the framework for what the department does.
Looks good. I like it.
So, like I say, feel free to say, hey, don't like this, whatever. Okay. Then this I want to put together is based on the time so far of things that I have took note of that either need to pay some attention to work on, to make adjustments to. I broke it down between just the development of the department, working on employee relations development, employee engagement, then records management. These are all of these are what I would put under the core responsibilities you'll find in human resources departments. And so I've just kind of gone through here and just made note of what I think would be a good place to start on trying to build a department from where you are. Some of them I've already started on. And then I've added a status line. So isn't it like each month, and is it monthly? We have the department, so each month I would give this to you and give you an update
Good. Look forward.
on where they are and status of things, and like here, I put the departments that I visited and just keep adding to that. And if there's a date, put the date on there.
So for the record, just so everybody knows, because we've separated HR from finance. They've got a good department. You're getting a good handle on it. And what you've got so far for people to know is you're discussing records management. You got a lot of bullets there on what to do with all those kinds of things from an HR point of view. State and federal compliance, compensation administration, employee paid time off, benefits administration, workers' comp, employee handbook, recruitment process, standardized employee separation process, employee training and department head training. Just it's important for people to hear it because they don't see what we got here.
No, and
They'll see it in the minutes.
yeah, anyone's
So
welcome.
it's good.
As far as I know, someone can
And
ask
status
for it.
on that, you can
Yeah.
keep track of.
Right, and it also helps kind of keep me in a lane. You know, this is in addition to daily things that come in. I've got 4 or 5 FMLA requests, you know, processing those, or just they're kind of fall into the normal operations of the department. You know, working with workers' compensation claims and following up with those, or talking with department heads or employees as they come in. And so this is outside of those daily tasks, and I can certainly add to those. But these are just projects, if you will.
And there'll be emergency things.
Oh,
There'll be
yeah.
issues.
So, and right now I know there's one recruitment open with Road and Bridge, and all the board's working on your finance director and administrative assistant PIO, you know, helping with those. Those are all daily. Like on recruitment, it's certainly possible that put in here recruitments and go ongoing. And put a section under workers' comp. No, it's not appropriate to say who was injured or the status of it. We've had 3 workers' comp injuries, and those are ongoing. One is closed. Things of that kind of nature. So as you're aware of those things.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So. That's all I've got. Unless, you know, I'm trying to put together what this is kind of what I would envision starting to bring to you. Since this is the first, you let me know if that works, if you want something different, more detail, less detail, those kinds of things.
No, the more detail on the report, is better. But yeah. If not, we don't.
Yeah, there's certainly things that are inappropriate to bring, but in an open meeting, so you know, those things I won't, but I'm always open to meetings or call me or stop in or whatever. And I can certainly provide confidential communication through the attorney or whoever for passing on things that you need to know about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
You made it, Bob. Dorothy,
Hi, how are you this morning?
good.
Morning.
Are you done?
Good morning.
So just to run through the numbers that we've had this month, we've had 16 conferences, been real busy with individuals coming in and asking questions about SUPs, PUDs. Had a meeting with Keith earlier this week with an individual that's looking at doing let me back up, a rescue ranch. I'm just gonna say that because they're trying to keep things a little bit confidential. So a lot of those types of things we've been working through. Always seems to happen at the beginning of the year. We've done 5 compliance inspections and we've issued 3 septic contractors tests. So we've really, our list of septic contractors has grown
More than the population
tremendously.
itself.
Yes, it's really grown over the last year. Septic permits were down from last year by 3, so we did 4 so far. I'm sorry, for the month of February. Our dwelling permits are up a few. We're at 8. Non-dwelling, so the accessory buildings, barns, things like that. We're about like we were last year, we're at 6. So total zoning permits for the month of February was at 14. Kind of keeping an eye on the septic permits. If that continues to be lower than last year, that'll give us an indication on growth slowing down. And I'll keep you guys updated on that. The year-to-date numbers are pretty consistent as last year. Septic permits are down, but everything else is pretty consistent. We've done a total of 28. And I gave you guys the financials so far for this year. Sitting at $53,152.71 for total income. That does not include the septic state pass-through surcharge for the septics.
That's the use tax and largely, I mean,
Yeah,
or the zoning permit.
the zoning permits are $26,610.24. Use tax is $11,474. Just to kind of update you on some of the things that we're currently working on. It's real busy the first few months of each year with the STRs coming in. Have a lot of interest in the STRs. We're sitting right now for the Planning Commission meeting on April 1st. We have 2 STR hearings and they're both in Zone 2 and then 1 SUP hearing. That's for a sawmill. The Planning Commission is, we have Mary Mowry, our secretary, working on making the changes to the resolution, and that will be rolling out as soon as she gets that done. We'll start printing those and getting a new version out to everybody. Currently with the STRs right now, we only have 1 open in Zone 4, so it's filling up. We still have all 3 open in Zone 3. And Zone 2 is full for the year unless one were to drop off. We've some of the changes in the resolution was that if one drops off and that we can add an opening. So we're just keeping track of that. We did have 1 drop off in Zone 2, so we were able to accommodate one of the pending applications that we had sitting. So we have 1 open in Zone 1. So there's few openings yet, not a lot. And we'll just kind of keep track of that. If the 2 that are approved, if the 2 that we have in April are approved, that will change those numbers. So I'll keep you guys updated. I have been asked from Robin to take some training, and the training is for local damage assessment. That training is March 21st and 22nd in Steamboat Springs. It is paid. The travel expenses, I believe that at least the lodging is paid by the state. In preparation for taking that class, there are 4 additional classes that I need to take. So I'm in the process of taking those classes. They're all self-paced classes and they take about 2 to 3 hours per class.
What was their logic asking you to do that? Is there, how's it connected? I know how it could be, but what do
Well,
you think?
it's damage assessment. So basically, I'll give you an example. If we were to have a wildfire, then my part would be to come in at the end if we had structure damage to any structures and assess that damage.
From us, a health department point of view.
Yes, sir.
That's what, just wanted to clarify. It's not how many permits we're gonna have
No.
in addition.
Well,
Or
that
could
can,
build, could be.
in the past, what we've done is open those permits at no cost.
Mhm.
So if they wanted to rebuild the same size structure, then they
Help
could
them,
come in
sure.
and we would not charge them for that permit.
Good.
So in a way, planning and zoning falls into it, but you're right, the majority of that is the
So
health.
sanitation
Mhm.
issues.
Yep,
Would you say the dates were that?
it was March 21st and 22nd, so it's a Thursday and a Friday. Steamboat Springs. Working with Dan on a few compliance issues. I won't go into each one of those in detail, but we've been working together really well, getting those things moved forward, trying to get compliance in those, in a few areas. And then the Q Public upload of our data. I don't know, I've kind of held back on moving forward with that. I don't know if we still have the resources, Lucas, for helping scan all that data in there.
So I'm working on that.
Okay.
And I need to talk to a couple department heads on that.
Okay.
And or elected officials, so.
Okay,
And then I think it's probably largely been because Vernon's been busy that we've,
absolutely. And I'm
so
just,
I'll revisit that, but that has been on my mind, that we
Okay.
need to get back into doing that.
Yeah.
Same with the resolutions as well. So it's just getting that stuff scanned in, so.
okay. Well, I will wait to hear back on that. And I mean, we could do it in between if we had a scanner there to do that with. I don't know if our printer can handle that. I know, Dominic does a lot of scanning and he had a specific, I can't think of the word for it, drive set up so that he could scan all his stuff in. I don't know if that's an option or if we want to move forward with your plan. So, that's all I have.
The one thing is the moratorium. When,
Yes, sir.
what is the date on that?
It expires July 1st,
July 1st.
both of them.
And that is the moratorium, both of them.
Yeah, one specific to the valley floor. I should have brought them. One specific to the valley floor and the other one is all the other parcels in the county.
Okay.
And
And
Mike
this is,
described that so the public can hear it. It's a moratorium on PUDs and
Yes, it's a moratorium on subdividing of developing of subdivisions or subdividing land.
Right.
And we do get a lot of calls, I'll tell you, every day. Every day it's calls.
planned unit developments in tighter, what they're looking for.
Or any
Or
subdivision.
any subdivision, yeah.
Yeah, if you have any subdivision under 35 acres,
Correct.
obviously over 35 acres, we don't have control over, but.
That's right. It's-
Which we have some of that going on.
But if you have a 40 acre or a 40 acre parcel, you want to divide it into 20 acre parcels.
20
We
acre
have a-
parcel.
It
You have a
stops there.
moratorium that says you can't do that.
That's right.
so do we need to address that before it sunsets?
Yes.
Okay, so if it goes off and we need to deal with that.
Well, I mean, actually, in theory, you don't have to deal with it before it sunsets if you're okay with it sunsetting.
Right, right.
I mean,
Well, I think we need to look at. I think we at least need to put it on an agenda.
We
item
certainly do.
And discuss it, and
And when we implemented it, we agreed that 5 years, take a look and in 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's important to consider our wells, the water resources that we have out there, so. It's
Okay.
probably the biggest impact if we let that expire.
I just sent you an email on one of the cases we have.
Okay.
that I just need you to take a look at and respond today.
Will do. Yep.
Sunsets in July.
Anything else?
No,
That's all I have.
I'm good, thank you. Both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy.
See ya.
See you.
Now, take us to the airport.
Morning.
Looks along, Clyde.
Clyde Butler, the airport manager.
Morning, Clyde Butler, the airport manager.
Well, there hasn't been a lot of changes, still the slow part of the time, slow time of the year for us as far as aviation goes because of the weather. Vernon is still working on getting our physical address changed or corrected. There's no big hurry on that, and I know he's one of the busiest people in the county right now, at least that's the way he puts it. Our AWAS is functioning normally. The weather cams are functioning normally. Peggy Martin of Custer County Health delivered our automatic defibrillator for our building, and everybody was trained on it at the last board meeting.
Let me make a comment on that, because she did a great job.
Yes, she
It
did.
was a fantastic description, and she trained all the board members on using the new AD, which is a good thing to have, that so people can help with it, even though it is the new AEDs are really computerized. The phone that tells you exactly what to do. Pretty amazing. She did a great job. I asked Dr. Brown to give her a special notice on that. Good job.
Good deal. Yeah, she did a very good job, and it may very well save a life someday.
Mhm.
We currently have some windsocks we still need to get traded. I'm working on getting that done. We have 3 windsocks at the airport. One of them is new, and 2 of them need to be replaced. They're still functional, but they need to be replaced soon.
The
Pavement
state gives
maintenance,
us those.
What's
that? The state, just for the record, the state furnishes those
yes,
free of cost.
that's right. So we need to return the ones that are the wrong size, get the correct size. Pavement maintenance services completed their cleanup after their crack fill. It took them 2 days, the 28th and 29th. In my opinion, they didn't do a great job, but they passed the inspection of Armstrong Engineering's runway inspector. So that part of that issue is settled finally. The painting still needs to be redone, but that can't be done until the weather's better. You can't paint in the winter time. The airport equipment, the skid steer is fully functional. The tractor is functional, except I still need to get the battery tested. I'm waiting to see what the snow does. And if we don't get too much snow, I'll get that done Friday. Both courtesy cars are working. One of them still needs a fuel gauge fixed, but other than that, they're good, pretty good shape. That's about it.
Your next job is getting ready for the Air Fest.
Well, yeah. We plan, that takes a lot of planning. And we're also working on planning to install the infrastructure for the jet fuel tank. Making plans for that.
I see they've started production on that now, huh?
Yeah, planning anyway.
Okay, got anything else for us?
No, that's all I have. Anybody have any questions?
I'll talk to Vernon about that physical address.
Okay,
Find some time to get that done.
Yeah, Brian got delivery of what, how many chairs or whatever came to his address, because
Yeah.
all he needs is to receive more.
And I'll working with Matt on that toilet, so.
okay.
I'm good.
Anything else?
Thank you, Clyde.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you. We'll be here.
We have a written report from landfill because Brian was a man down out there today.
We got the loader back from Four Rivers. Part of the good news is that the area fill engineering design and operations plan. We've got word back from the state's CDPHE. They are hoping to wrap that up in a week or so.
Yeah, it's a good thing she finally got with it. This is a big deal because it gives us 30 years more.
Yeah.
That's good. I haven't heard of anything else he's got going. You?
No, I mean, it's pretty much, the wind's picking up, so that's making it hard and more difficult, but
Yes. Yeah, I'm good.
You good with that? All right. Recycling. You're not supposed to grimace when you stand
Yeah,
up.
I was gonna say,
I'm sore.
you implied both.
Good seeing you. Good morning.
You can take his hand.
I don't know what the protocol here.
Yeah.
Sometimes people shake my hand,
Sometimes
sometimes they don't.
Sometimes they don't. But it's okay.
I brought an actual physical copy of the report if anybody needs it. Read through it. We haven't experienced any issues since the last report in February. Steve continues to do a great job. The CDPHE RREO rebate application process opens on April 1st to cover the operations for the year 2023. We received $50,048 last July, which covered July of 22 when the facility opened through December of 22. So it was a 6-month period. The rebate is based on the number of drop-off sites open to the public, mileage, tons produced, and transportation cost incurred in our operations. Based on expansion of our drop-off sites, trailers, increased volume, and the additional 6 months that would be figured into it this year or for 2023. We anticipate a substantial increase in funding from the current rebate. The rebate would be awarded in July. Is there any questions on that?
no, so what that rebate will do, when we get that rebate in, what we'll do is we'll take that. We'll do a budget amendment adjustment, that'll go in, and then we'll pull out of the recycling budget that amount and put it back into general fund, so.
It's like being reimbursed for burning it.
Right.
Right.
So, and again, I mean, I do want to emphasize, I mean, it should be substantial, just because the time period is twice as long. So it would cover twice as much, plus, our volume has increased and, well, everything has increased. So I would anticipate that it would be, significantly more than double what it was last time. I guess moving on to processing statistics. Year to date, all materials, this is just through February, 40 bales of all materials have been produced. 18 of those in February. Cardboard, 29 bales produced year to date through February. 13 were produced in February. I also want to say that the price has continued to go up and it is currently 110 per ton. So it went up $15 from the February price. Let's see, mixed paper.
Price was 95.
Yes, in
95.
February.
And it's 110 in March.
It's 110 currently, and we did have a sale, which I'll talk about in a minute, but we had a sale on March that I did include in this. And we did receive the 110 per ton, so that was nice. Let's see, mixed paper, 6 bales produced year to date through February, 3 were produced in February. And that also has gone up. It's gone from 60 per ton to 75 per ton. I believe the last sale that we had, well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Aluminum, 3 bales have been produced year to date through February. 1 was produced in February. Steel, 2 bales were produced year to date. 1 of those was in February. Moving on to sales revenue year to date, these are going to be a little bit different. I amended them this morning. So year to date, 5,386.90. That does not include our pending sales. In January, we received 1,493.40 from Denicios for aluminum and delivery of aluminum and steel bales. In February, we sold 36 bales, 25.2 tons of mixed paper through Centennial Recycling. We received 60 per ton. Again, that's gone up to 75, but we will be receiving 60 per ton. That does include the freight expenses. And so the estimated revenue on that is going to be 1512. In March, on March 1st, we shipped 36 bales, which is 21.65 tons of cardboard through Centennial, or I'm sorry, that was actually through Sherway. And that did go to Lawton, yes. And we received 110 per ton, including freight, which is very good. I mean, it continues to move up. We did receive 2,381.50 in revenue, which is significantly more than what we've received, in the past on those loads. So, it's at least moving in the right direction. Pending sales, we are prepared to probably next week, hopefully next week, ship 5 bales of aluminum and 5 bales of steel to Denicios again. So we are prepared for that. Price to be determined on that. It varies every day. So I wouldn't even really want to guess on that. In the past, I think it's averaged about 45 to 50 cents a pound on aluminum and about anywhere from 130 to 150 per ton on steel. Let's see. Moving on to the volunteers, they continue to do a great job. They were working for us this morning. So they brought in the cardboard trailers from our collection site and they assist in sorting and baling at the facility. And then we have several that come in on Fridays and sort and bale as well. And they're active with cardboard right now. And that's the only thing that they're dealing with. Volunteer hours, we had 12 participating in January, 14 participating in February. 90 hours year to date through February, 44 of those were in February. So, and I believe that's all I've got right now.
Tim, have you looked into how many bales of aluminum and how many bales of steel we'd have to store, and if we have the space for them to have a semi come in and pick those up instead of us taking them down, and we probably could get
I would say that we
better
could,
price.
yes, we would get a much better price. I believe.
Take the risk of taking them down or the time that takes us to take them down.
So what I would say on that is the brokers have said that there's a possibility that we could mix the load on
Okay.
those, even on a semi.
Okay.
Steel is the least thing that we do. I mean, so normally to have a load, I would say on aluminum or steel, probably 33 bales would be the minimum. We could probably go up to maybe 36 on that. Aluminum would, I've thought a lot about this, and I think we might be ready to do that. I think we might be producing enough that it would justify it. Now, if they don't allow us to mix the loads, then we're gonna produce enough aluminum. It might take us 6 months to do it, but we could probably do it within a 6-month period. Steel would take forever if we had to wait until we produce 33. So I thought about that and I thought, well, we could still make steel runs to Denicio's, once we reach the 10 bale minimum.
Okay.
And well, we don't have a minimum with them, but that's what we can haul.
It all makes sense.
Yes.
If we just wait till the trailer's full and then. take it
Right.
down.
Right, but I think with aluminum, and we do have the room to store
Okay.
33 bales of aluminum, so yes, I will look further into that and see if that's the way we need to go, but I do think that it would be a substantial amount more paid, per pound.
Okay.
So at this point, we're getting there, so.
And then just to clue the commissioners in on this, Sherway has reached out. They're a shipping company. So Sherway has reached out to Tim and said, we've got 2 contracts with a client. It's got 2 locations. One's in Buena Vista, the other one's in
Salida.
Salida, and they pick up the vertical bale. So they're the smaller cardboard bales, and they don't give them any money for the cardboard. They're just picking them up, and they're willing to negotiate with us, either backing it out, and we make a contract with that company to pick up that cardboard and bring it down here, and then we could add to our loads that are going out. So there might be some opportunity there that we need to just start discussing and see. It would probably open us up for the state's rebates.
Yeah.
A little more as
right.
well, so.
Right. May I add something to that?
Yes.
So they proposed 2 different things. So the first one was just to allow Sherway, they're handling all the transportation. So whoever is going and picking this stuff up, it's not Sherway directly, it's their freight people. And so one of the things that they said was, what if we just had them deliver the bales on a scheduled, it'd probably be like every 3 months or something, that they would bring in, these vertical bales to us and just turn them over to us. I mean, it would just be, so it would increase our volume. We would be able to,
Does
obviously.
it have to be re-baled?
No,
Just stack them with
No.
their smaller bales?
they're smaller bales. I would probably have
Different.
to look at the loading pattern and figure that part of it out. I think they're on average about 300 pounds less. So I think our bales are about 1,200 and theirs are about 900. Now that was according to him. So I would kind of want to verify that.
You better
But
take a look.
yeah, but that would be one thing. And then, what Commissioner App was talking about was that, we would, if we were willing to, I believe they would still handle their contract with this particular company. We would contract with Sherway. So in other words, Sherway would be the one that would be paying us if we were to go and haul our trailer down there and pick it up and bring it back. But then we would still just flat acquire it. So we would still sell it. It would just go to us, but we would be paid additionally with transportation costs, whatever that might be. We haven't gotten to that point. So.
Another thing that we have to really look at is what is the increase of labor cost for us?
Right.
Is it even worth it? So.
Right. And I do believe this would be, like a quarterly thing. This would not be even a monthly thing. This would be probably every 3 months. They would produce, these businesses would produce maybe, 9 bales, 10 bales, something like that.
In Salina or both? Okay.
Both places. And Commissioner Epp mentioned that, and I think this could be the biggest part of it, would be this would qualify for that rebate that I was discussing earlier. Not only increasing our volume, but the mileage thing is a big thing. I don't know what their exact formula is. They just kind of give us what they're basing it on. So I don't know exactly, other than drop-off sites that are open to the public are important. The mileage in between everything is important. The volume is important. And all of that they use to calculate it. So that would increase dramatically the volume and the mileage if we were.
If you were to go and pick those up with your trailer, how many of those bales could you haul?
Well, it's just off the top of my head with them being smaller, I would think that we could handle probably 15 at a time. I mean, we probably wouldn't do both places in one run. They're probably gonna be staggered. I don't know. I mean, we might be able to schedule that way. I don't know if we could. I guess it would depend on how many they had, but I would think that we could handle at least 15. And what he was telling me was most of the time it was anywhere from like 8 to 10 is what they would.
Every 3 months.
Yeah, every 3 months or so. So.
Pulling with a pickup,
Yeah.
You in a flatbed? Yeah,
that'd be,
yes. Yes, Steve and I would go and do that. So, yeah, I mean, if it was approved or we decided to go forward with it.
okay,
No, thank you, Tim.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks for
Good
keeping the
job.
volunteers safe. out there.
Oh, yeah, oh, absolutely. Okay,
thank you.
phone.
You're probably returning your call right now.
Yep. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. I'll step on it.
All right,
Human Services, then we'll take a break for them to set up.
yeah. Your week went up in February.
Yeah. It went up 10,000 over last year. 55,000 for leap in February. Pretty big. To get the rotary van going again.
Nothing I knew.
On that big problem, I thought they were heading.
I have not.
As far as like what one had.
You know anything about it, Dan?
They gave a report at Silver Cliffs meeting last week. I don't remember if they said they'd gotten it back running. On a fee per trip basis. I don't remember if it was just the plan or if they'd actually gotten it back running, but the plan was to get it back running. on a fee per trip basis, they made a lot of internal
Changes
changes.
to control.
Well, internal changes in terms of, I guess they had one employee that they had to let go.
Yeah.
So that they could reduce costs.
Hmm.
And then the fee for serve, because I guess they were providing rides for free, and now because they're doing it for fee. They are basically breaking even, again. With less service than what they were providing, but at least they're providing some services. That's my recollection.
I thought I'd heard something like that, yeah, where I saw. Thanks. Don't see anything out of the ordinary.
All right. Anything from you on that?
No, sir.
Okay, we will take a short recess and we'll come back and we'll set up and resume with finance.
If it's, if the board wants to do it, we can put the slides online or something like that.
Good idea. Yeah, good idea.
All right, we're up and running, so. The time is now 10:25 a.m. I will resume this BOCC meeting at this time. We do have for the finance section of this, Redlands Consulting is going to give a report, and Lisa, I will turn it over to you.
Okay. So my name is Lisa Heeman. I'm with Redlands Accounting and Advisory in Grand Junction. And I'll give you a little bit of my background. I graduated from Colorado Mesa University in 2003 and have been a CPA since 2005. My experience is during the entirety of my profession so far has mostly been audit. So in 2003, I was hired as an auditor with Chadwick Stein Kirchner Davis in Grand Junction. And then I audited until June of 2023 when I retired from the auditing world and started Redlands Accounting and Advisory in January 2024. During that time, most of my experience was auditing local governments. So I audited cities, towns, counties, school districts, and all manner of special districts. And that was probably 75 to 80% of my practice. And then another 20% was not-for-profit organizations. And the reason I started Redlands Accounting and Advisory is because as an auditor, I saw a lot of the same issues that Custer County has. So you go to these small local governments and they have the same issues finding staff and qualified people to help them either understand how they can fix problems at their county, or they need somebody to just come in and provide services that they can afford from a full-time person. My initial proposal with the county was to spend 1 week on site with the county to understand the issues that they're experiencing. So I came down, I interviewed department heads. Part of my proposal was reviewing prior year audit reports and issues noted by the auditor and the kind of journal entries the county was being required to adjust as a result of the audit. To analyze the 2023 trial balance so that I could properly identify the activities of the county and understand if you had any new programs or if there were any big red flags when I looked at the trial balance. I also, as part of that proposal, am summarizing my findings and recommendations in a separate report to the Board of Commissioners, and I've told Commissioner F that will be issued on Friday and will be a lot of the same information I'm talking about today, but in far more detail. And then build a proposal for services going forward is the last part of that. The county challenges, as I understood them going in, was significant turnover in the finance department, multiple internal control findings in the audit report, multiple adjusting journal entries from the auditor, audits not filed until September, and then new accounting software in 2021 has kind of been an ongoing concern at the county. When I come in and look at how information flows through a local government, I do that based on the standards for internal controls in the federal government. And it's called the Green Book, and it's free for download for local governments or anybody else who wants to look for it. But it kind of gives the criteria of what you want to have in place if you have a well-structured internal control policy for a local government or even for a large government. The federal government requires this at the federal agency level, but it's easily adopted at much smaller local governments. The 5 components of internal control are as follows. It's control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, and monitoring. So for control environment, I look at things like how does leadership of a county view their responsibility for the accounting and reporting information at the county, and how do they communicate that, or how do they affect that? And that's through things like hiring qualified people for their positions, approving or enacting and approving internal control policies and communicating those to the rest of the county. And then leading by example as well and emphasizing ethical practices. Risk assessment is also a leadership activity where leadership is required to look at everything in the county and say, okay, what are the risks that could affect us? And it's not just from like a natural disaster standpoint. They're responsible for that too. What is going to break down or what could happen to the county in case something horrible happened. It also applies to the accounting function. So when leadership looks at the accounting function, they should be able to say, what are the risks here? If we're shorthanded or we only have this limited budget, what are the control policy procedures we can put in place that would be cost beneficial to the county? And when they do that risk assessment, they should also consider what are the fraud risks here at the county and how are we addressing those? Control activities are the specific things that everybody does on a day-to-day basis. So these are more department level activities. So how do we take in receipts and make sure that they're all making the pay? How are we paying our vendors, making sure they all get paid and that they're for legitimate expenses? Those are control activities. Information and communication is just how do you communicate these processes to employees? And it covers also how do we communicate to the outside world. So local governments have a big responsibility to communicate financial information to the general public, and they do that primarily through the budget and the annual financial report, but throughout the year, how are they getting that information and communicating it as well? And then monitoring is just the local government's responsibility to say, okay, here are our policies and procedures. How are we monitoring those to make sure that they're actually being followed? So this is what I did. I came down, it was about 2 weeks ago, I was down here. I talked to a lot of the department heads and I talked to a few more after I went back to my office last week too. And these are the kind of a small iteration of the questions I asked. I have a lot more questions than this, but this basically covers it. I wanted to know what kind of revenue flows through each department and how they handle that and how they get that information to the treasurer, how it flows through to the accounting system. I wanted to find out if there are any bank accounts that are being held at the department level and maybe not being centrally held by the treasurer, and how are they handling those bank accounts if they are there? How is the budget monitored? Are there any, I wanted to know if individual departments had written policies and procedures that they were following and what they, if they had policies they were following that they perceived to be countywide. I also asked about what kind of training and feedback employees receive, and then how communication is between their departments and finance. So a really important piece of having a good flow of information through the government is all the departments feeling like they can effectively communicate with finance and with the treasurer. When I talked to everybody a couple weeks ago, nobody had issues in communicating currently with finance or the treasurer's department. Everybody felt like that communication was good. And then I asked for their opinions on what problems they see in the accounting reporting process. Some of the issues I identified when I talked to people throughout the county was lack of consistent policies and procedures. So what happens often is if there are no formal written policies and procedures that are emphasized over time and adjusted as circumstances change, then people kind of create their own policies in their departments that aren't consistent with the rest of the department. And then when people leave or retire, they take all those procedures with them and nobody knows what they did, and it kind of creates chaos on the back end. There were complaints about the time card system. People complained about brought up misclassification of revenues and expenditures in CIC, and some of that is just knowing where items should be classified for expenses and revenues. That was primarily a problem with grants, where you want to match the expenditures with the revenues by department. But it also occurred occasionally in other areas, and that creates a problem when department heads are trying to look at their budget and say, what do we have? If everything's not classified in the right line item, then they have a hard time monitoring that budget. There was also some lack of understanding of how to review the budget in CIC. I think that most people mentioned that that had gotten better, but overall, the problem with CIC seemed to be that people felt like they lacked enough training in that program to be able to use it effectively. And then the credit cards, just making sure those were reconciled, and paid timely. My recommendations that I'll include in my report in far greater detail. Written internal control policies and procedures to be approved by Board of Commissioners. And in my view, the most important thing you can do is have good policies and procedures put in place so that as you move forward, any issues that are out there are being handled correctly going forward. And that allows you to make sure that even if there were problems last year, from this point forward, if you start using proper controls going forward, you won't have those same problems. And it also helps you identify any problems that you could have had in the past. If you start doing things right now, problems that you've had in the past will be glaring once you change those procedures. Some of the control policies I would recommend would be purchasing, credit card, HR policies, and this really, HR policies are really something the Human Resources Director should handle because there's so much state law and federal law you have to consider in policies for HR. And then grants, receipts, and disbursements. And there's also a credit card. The county does have a credit card policy currently. And I've told Vernon, I've cobbled together some policies that I've seen at other governments and we'll provide those to them so that they can pick and choose from that and just make a more robust policy, I think, more detailed. These are all the ways that I can help. I can assist in drafting policies and procedures for management and the Board of Commissioners. Really, it's ultimately the Board of Commissioners' responsibility to approve those and be on board with whatever policies the county has. Assist in preparing for the 2023 audit. Assist in developing a monthly close and reconciliation process. Provide monitoring services and report monthly financial information to the board, and assist with the 2025 budget process. And I know speaking with Commissioner F. And with Vernon and I know Vernon was talking to the auditor yesterday. A big focus right now is just one piece at a time, and it's assisting in preparing for the 2023 audit, which I think would be step one, making sure that goes, that audit is effective and efficient. If the auditor has everything that they need when they show up to do the audit, the result is decreased audit costs for the county, and getting your audit report before July 31st and not having to do an extension. The auditors, I will say it's probably 50% of my clients. I would go in and have to do a lot of adjusting journal entries. But the most effective audits I did were where I went in and the client was prepared. I was able to do my job the very best if I wasn't going in and having to fix a lot of errors. And it's really an expensive way to get your books in order too. The auditors are a very expensive way to pay for that. And the information, by the time the auditor gets it out, if they're giving you your audited financial statements in September, then that information is, 9 months old and you're not really using it to make decisions anymore. What I used to say as an auditor when I reported to boards was when you get those audited financial statements, you should read them and there should be no surprises. It should jive with whatever you use during the year to make decisions. So throughout the year, you're using that budget to actual information to say, how much money do we have to spend? What have we spent? What projects can we do? When you get those statements, they should give you confidence that's good information. If you have a lot of adjustments, then it indicates that the information that you used during the year might not have been the best information you could have used. Does anybody have questions for me?
Let me ask a quick one.
Okay,
Can you said prepare for the audit, 23 audit.
Yeah.
Do you think it's viable to make that July deadline, given the issues that we've had in the past that we have to fix first before you can get the audit to be accurate and sent?
I think so. I think over the next month. Vernon has already started working on a lot of different adjustments. And I think if we focus on 2023 for the next month, I think we can get it to the point where you can get an audit that's issued by the end of July, unless something glaring pokes out and says, this is a huge issue that you need to go backwards and address.
But you have to reconcile all the accounts before you can even do that.
Right,
So
and
that's
I
gonna
would-
take- does that look like a lot of time or no?
I think a month will work. And I would know 2 weeks in if I think a month won't work. So 2 weeks from now, I should be able to update you and say, yes, I think this is still realistic, or you might need, or I think it's going to take 6 weeks.
So kind of our date is April 16th, that Vernon and Lisa and I talked about yesterday. Let's shoot for April 16th because Donardo is not gonna look at it until after the 16th, until after he's done with personal tax filings. So that's our goal, because he's gonna need, hopefully he doesn't need the full 2 months, but we'd like to get it into him by May 1st. So he's got all of May and April to prepare for it.
So that's 1 month. I think you can do that, and solve the issue. For example, the question that we had was credit cards. We still have to understand who was issued cards in the past. I mean, and make sure we can match the statements with whether it's been paid or not. And that has to be done initially as well.
And I think I would look at that. So my approach would be to look at the balance sheet for treat it like I would an auditor. Auditors generally beat the balance sheet to death, and then problems that are in the income statement will fall out of that. So that's the approach I would take too. And with the credit cards, I think I would look at a liability standpoint and say, what do you have outstanding in credit card statements at the end of the year? And then work from there to see if that liability is correct or hasn't been adjusted in the books. It doesn't say, so being ready for the audit does not necessarily say we've looked at every credit card balance for the last several years and we're sure that all of those were for legitimate expenses.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah. And that's a separate piece that we can do, where you're doing a lot of, pulling a lot of credit card invoices and statements and saying, what are these for legitimate expenses? And for 2023, I would start there with 2023 and maybe start with some sampling. So these are all the credit card charges. Let's do a randomized sample and trace those to invoices. Or let's break it out by how material the balances are, look at the most material balances 100%, and then sample from the rest of those to see what the issues are. And then you can identify who has the issues. Where are you finding invoices that maybe that are missing or aren't for county purposes? Who is that? And then you can go down on a risk-based way and look at that detail. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it has to be done, but I would think you'd have to do that before you could get the 23 complete.
So how far back would you?
Well, I don't know. I know we've got irregularities that some experts that we've had. Lenny Arrigo is one of them. You probably ought to talk with, so you don't have to reinvent a wheel. But they go back to 2017 or even beyond. Yeah.
Why would you need to do 20?
I don't know, I'm asking, because they were flagged in and we don't know what we don't have a real balance because they weren't there. I mean, I don't know. That's why you need to talk to Vernon. I think he's got a lot of handle on that as well. So, and I know you're talking to Vernon.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you look at those, credit card statements at the end of the year and adjust for the liability, then due to just the way double entry bookkeeping works, all of the charges should be in there somewhere.
Right.
You just don't know if they're legitimate or not. So I would recommend sampling and see how likely is it that these are all misstated or not.
Well, I like the idea that you're gonna audit it before we send it to the audit. That's my view.
And that's
And
basically.
it's gotta be something that hopefully you would know what to accept as an auditor, because that's what you did for a living.
Yes,
So if we can't pass it internally, then we're not gonna give it to Bernardo.
right.
Okay. What else is this?
I believe probably we need to get on the agenda the new engagement letter as well. Put that forth to either approve or not, so that we all know where you stand moving forward before you get into it too much, so.
Right,
And we're separating out the phases into separate contracts through. So because if we would get in a finance director, or when we get that finance director in, that may back out which some of the phases of what she's doing, especially into 24 and 24's budget currently, and those journal entries, and then into 25's budget. So we may be able to back her out of that, and then we're just using we're using Redlands to just reconcile our cash and stuff like that and keep us going until our finance director's up to speed. on
Right,
it.
which gives me, that was the other question I had. So there's two other things that we have to do. One is, you've got to help bring in our new director when hired, if we get it as soon as we can, so phase that in while you're doing all the other things, and help Vern get back to his sleep at night
Yes.
and not working on weekends. Do you really think I think you're not gonna spend all your time remote. It would seem to me a lot of your time's gonna have to be here in order to make this happen. Is that true?
I think my initial proposal was I'll come out 5 times between March and the end of December. And if you want me additional times, I can come down too. So if you want me additional weeks to come down like once, so
Well, it's
one
not up
week
to
a month
me
or
or this
something.
board to decide that. It'd be up to you to see, maybe I need to be here. I don't want you just thinking, just because you bid, you're gonna stay away for a month. Cause we want this solved.
right. And a lot of that I can do remotely and communicate remotely, but I can come down as often as you would like, if you would like me to
If
be
you
on
think it's
site.
necessary.
But it's, yeah, and if I found it necessary, I would come back down, but my original bid includes coming down 5 times between.
So this count as one now?
This I count as part of my last.
Okay.
But this does not count as one. Next week can count as one.
Well, I hope you'll do some more work this morning.
May I make a comment on that? And because of the nature of our computer system, a significant portion of the documents that we'll be working with are able to be, uploaded or accessed on any computer that we put CSC on. So it's going to be, the here time is the interpersonal interactions. When Lisa is not here, I'm gathering data and putting it into the system and letting her access that. So there's going to be a lot of give and take, a lot of back and forth. Definitely next week, we have our work cut out for us. And the next month too, to get ready for the internal audits. So.
We will be grabbing the leases back from San Bernardo for 23, bringing those back, amortizing those out, putting those in, for 23.
Yeah, and you can do that. I mean, you know how to do that. I'm sure,
Yes, yes,
because we have to do that. Never has been done.
yeah.
I don't know how many leases do we have? Thousands, hundreds of ones. How many do we?
Oh, leases.
I'm not.
Our finance directors have been Lisa, there's a Lisa over here, there's a Lisa over there. Lease with an EA.
I'm not sure how many that you guys have, but I would imagine it's several.
Well, everything we do
I would
is with
imagine
leases except,
it's many, yeah.
we can't buy cars, you know.
I can get
We have the money.
a number for you by early next week.
She needs to know.
Oh, yeah, well, she'll have all the data.
Okay.
I'll get-
I would like to know personally, I'd like to know how many credit cards we've had issued to back then.
Only one, the Bill Campbell.
No, yeah, I've never had a credit card in my life from here. It'd be, yeah, it'd be nice to know.
Yeah.
One Lisa, many Lisas.
Yes.
It's that sleep thing.
It is that, Steve, yeah.
Any other questions?
Is there anything online?
Sorry, you got any questions in here?
Are you good on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would help Kevin.
I am not seeing any hands raised online. Oh, thank you, sir.
Could have done that, but. Thank you. That was a good briefing. I appreciate you doing that.
You're welcome.
I'm sure glad you're here.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, and then I'll be back next Monday, so if you have follow-up questions or concerns
Be
or
seeing.
anything.
But I think there's some questions here.
When do we want to get that on our agenda?
As soon as she gets it.
She'll get it to us. That proposal, phasing that out, end of the week, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, let's, yeah, next meeting, we'll talk about Red Link's consultant proposal.
Okay.
And can you send that to me too? Can you send that to me? Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be on the next Wednesday's agenda.
And I don't know if everyone's aware, but I set up Lisa with an email address.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's all of our emails,
Okay.
all of our internal.
Send them to
all
us,
emails.
will you? Send it to us.
Is it just Lisa?
Is it just
I
Lisa?
think it's
No,
Lisa H.
Okay.
Is that Lisa H?
I can't remember exactly what.
Yeah, I believe it's Lisa H. Like Custer County Best.
I'll leave it down.
Okay.
a couple questions. maybe.
Very thorough and understandable presentation. I'm not an accountant, but I get what you did. But just for clarification, what I heard you say very clearly in my mind was that attacking or dealing with the preliminary audit for the 2023 audit is a move forward step, which will ultimately result in the fallout of determining policies, procedures, other corrections, which have been flagged by the 22 audit, which will then serve to solve that issue itself. So the most important thing is the 2023 audit.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what's been communicated to me too, as a priority is finishing that getting that 2023 audit is good, so that the county can move forward too, and in that process, you can identify any weaknesses of the county.
Jim McMahon. So the double entry software that we're, and I'm no bookkeeper. I'm a plumber cowboy. I'm just wondering, so is that being stabilized where we can use that efficiently? We weren't using it real efficiently, and then we had to implement some credit card bookkeeping system. Is that kind of what's taking place, or? I'm trying to wrap my head around why don't we have clear books and clear sailing and clear audit? Was that part of it? Was the double entry bookkeeping? That software is a really tough thing to do, and it takes a really qualified individual.
I think some of it is that software won't fix problems if you don't have someone who understands the accounting in the first place. So no matter what accounting software you have, if you don't have somebody who has expertise in accounting, then you can have errors in the accounting software. I think another problem is just that people weren't trained sufficiently in the software, which is also a common problem. And so maybe wasn't used as sufficiently as it could be. But when I come back next week and work in the system a little bit more to look at information, then I'll be able to tell more if there's a problem with the actual, trying to use the software versus just knowing how to use the software. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and you have that expertise in order to set that stuff up and make it user friendly for. Because we're looking for a full-time person, right, for the finance, is that what we're looking, trying to do?
Yeah.
So when they come in, they'll be able to. I mean, if they're qualified person, and that's gonna take a pretty good educated, experienced individual that's probably 150,000 a year or so, to be able to take over those reins and kind of keep us clean with all the Gatsby and all of this, because we've graduated from cowboy bookkeeping to, it sounded like a really, really complicated system. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, as we're moving forward.
Yeah, I would say so, and that, I think that's our plan is get 23 fixed up, go back through these credit card issues that have happened. Get those straightened out, get policies and procedures to move forward in an appropriate manner. That keeps us clean in our books, so that when we get our audit tells, yeah, you're doing your bookkeeping correctly, instead of our audits coming back and saying, whoa, you're not following this GASB and you're not following this accounting principle, and you've got a mess over here because it hasn't been conducted properly.
So we're gonna focus on getting past this qualified audit. That's the first thing, then the pressure's off. Right, for a minute? Can I say that? Is that sort of?
I don't know if the pressure's off, I would say.
Oh, okay, because that's really what I want to get
The
to.
pressure stays there to stay with, I mean. Jimmy's terms, if you're canning beans, you don't go, oh, it looks like those jars have all sealed, right? You go until the process is finished on those cans, right? So yeah, we keep the pressure on, the policies and procedures are the pressure to keep all of us, because we've agreed in public that this is what our policies and procedures are.
Gotcha, perfect, thank you, that's a good answer. So what do we do about the accountability at the point before that? Is that we just kind of neutralize that? Kind of just not look at the. Or do we gotta go backwards and account for some of the stuff that's not accounted for?
I would start with 2023, make sure that's good, and if issues pop up, then you can identify what those issues might be and go backwards. But just going backwards without knowing, without having any direction, I don't think would be the most useful use of time right now.
Absolutely.
Getting 2023 done and getting policies and procedures in place and making sure you're good now and going forward, then allows you to go back.
Yeah, so the little bit I know about double entry bookkeeping, if you've got to find someplace where you can start solid. Because debits and credits and this stuff tells on you. You can't make a move forward unless you balance.
Right.
And that's the beautiful thing about double entry bookkeeping. So.
That's
how
true.
far
And
back do you have to go back?
what she's described, I think, Jim, and like you said, I like that, because you can see where they're not balancing. She gotta go fix that before we can, whether it's a credit card issue or whether it's whatever the other findings were in the past that crop up by priority order.
Right.
In order to make our 23 deadline.
Okay. So that's good. It sounds like we're making some progress. Thank God.
Nadine, I'll get to you
Thank
in
you,
just a second here. Cindy Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Day. A couple comments. Mr. McMahon said something about $150,000 finance director. I think, when you add these policies and procedures and grant controls, maybe it's more likely that you're expanding staff, because it's not a one person can do all. I think, you know, you need to look at the things you've talked about in the past with the grant specialists and some of those purchasing controls and grant controls that are actually happening within the finance department, not at all the department levels. But what I really wanted to bring to your attention, there was a comment made that there's some state and federal requirements that have to happen. And one of those is filing the budget and amendment supplements. Those used to all have to happen in a hearing format per Colorado Revised Statute 29-1-106. But 29-1-109 still requires you to file all those with the Division of Local Affairs. And that hasn't been happening. And I took a look at what Silver Cliff's doing, what West Cliff's doing, what the Custer County Clinic's doing. And I actually clicked first on the filings by accident. Instead of hitting the Custer County filings, I hit Crowley County filings, and they're filing all theirs too. So, you know, for the most part, everybody's doing this, but you haven't been filing those budget amendments ever that I could see. So I really would like to see you come in compliance with that. And I'll send an email just to show you exactly what I'm talking about. You know, when you get into those filings, it actually even talks about the child governments. And there's an issue there as well, because, you know, we're not seeing all the child governments. There's a missing government that impacts about 6 different entities in Custer County. So I'll follow up with an email. I've got to hop to an 11 o'clock call that I'm going to be missing. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and hopefully that's a one-stop shop where, you know, we, the public, can go take a look at all those documents.
Can I comment real quick?
Yes, sir.
Cindy, I'd love to see what data you're working off of, because when I filed the budget this year, I found multiple amendments filed with DOLA. So if you and I can sit down and you can show me where you're finding that, and because I'd like to see, because I do know that when we do a budget amendment, we'll be doing some of those soon. They have to be filed, so I would like to sit down with you and make certain we're both on the same page. Is that cool?
That's great, Vernon. No, I really appreciate that. I'm just looking at the DOLA portal. I'll send you the link, and all your annual budgets are filed there, but I don't see a single amendment filed there.
Okay. Yeah, if you could include yes, the commissioners, the attorney, and at least Vernon. Lisa, do you want a copy of that email that she sent?
You can have it.
And if you could send that to Lisa, and that's Lisa H. at Custer County.
Okay, and what's Dan's email? Is it just Dan?
What is my email?
Attorney.
Yeah, just attorney at whatever the.
At Custer County.
Okay, I really appreciate it. And Vernon, I'll touch base. Thanks, everybody, for all your hard work.
All right, thanks, Cindy. Nadine.
Nadine Peterson. I was wondering, if the grant money that was received would ask for details on that and how it was expended and how it will be. Is that being worked on still? Have you?
No, so the ARPA, if I can provide you a copy of that.
Is it any different than the one that you gave us before?
I don't know what you have before,
You
so
gave us some.
if I handed it out here, then I have different information than that. I have a more detailed list of that. LATCF still digging through that.
Okay.
Anyone else?
You have anything else to add, Lisa?
I have nothing else to add.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
You're welcome.
Vernon, do you have something for us today then?
I have a little bit, not much, not as, I mean, that's a tough act to follow, so.
He doesn't have PowerPoint, do you?
No, you know, next time I'll have a PowerPoint. I'll have pictures and.
Vernon put his green eye shades aside now. He's.
Yeah. All right. It's been a fairly normal month.
So this is an IT report.
This is the IT report. The Omnigo Tyler public safety conversion is moving forward. had to buy some new tech, replace some tech at the sheriff's office, and Tyler it's difficult. I actually spoke with the tech from Fremont County and Canyon City today, and everybody's having no end of problems, but we're all working together to figure out how to move forward. The GIS is moving forward, as you see in the list. Our error rate is now down below 120. The last 10% is always the most difficult, so we've gone down from 6,500 to 120 and getting all the roads worked out. I did hear your comment about the airport. I have updated the airport address in the 911 safety software.
Okay.
It's actually on Citation Road, not on Airport Road, because that's not a driveway. It's an actual physical road.
Okay.
So I've updated that. But when the post office gets that, that'll be another story. So,
Okay.
I will communicate with them to see if they can update their system.
Okay.
Because we have actually changed some addresses. We had to change some physical addresses. The assessor sent out notifications, so that process is moving forward. I still have some roads that you guys are, I will bring to you. It's going to be Vista de Agua North, Vista de Agua South, Vista de Agua type deal. So I'll get you some of those within the next month or two.
Okay.
New antivirus software installation has moved forward. We're now scanning all emails and documents that pass through our system using the Coro antivirus software. It's not very resource heavy. It's a really nice system. An update on the CrowdStrike deal from the state. As I mentioned before in my last report, I have a lot of red flags about this software. Plus, it's here, try it for free and pay for it next year, or maybe you'll get a grant. And I'm not, and actually going through the onboarding process, lots of entities. I was on the phone with probably about 30 entities around the state. Everybody has the same concerns that I do. And it was readily apparent that they do not want any other antivirus software on their system. And I said, yeah, that doesn't work for me. I'm not sanguine about having the state control all of our antivirus and documents, cybersecurity. So if we use this, I'm going to silo it on probably laptops that are not connected to our network and utilize it for OEM because they use mobile units a lot. So we're going to silo it and keep our antivirus software that we've already got a commitment for. And so it's a work in progress. Leases for audit compliance. I had a long conversation with the auditor yesterday about leases and audit and the audit compliance, GASB 96 in particular, because that really applies to me. I actually only have one item that even falls into that category. We got some clarification on cell phones. When I buy a cell phone for a penny, that's not a GASB 87 level of lease. So, or I guess it's 99 cents. So it's under $1. But I do have some software that we're going to be doing the GASB 96 amortization tables on. So I've got some guidance on that. So
Can I ask you a question?
yes, sir.
Since Lisa's here, so all the GASBs there are.
Mhm.
The fact is, what, 87
and 96.
87, 96, what's the intangible?
Intangibles are 96.
90, that is 96, that's what I wanted to find out.
Yeah.
You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Assume.
Yes.
Okay, so is that to me is a bigger deal, isn't it, right now, because we got a lot of those.
Most of my subscriptions are on a yearly basis.
Are they?
So I renew them every year, but the contract is generally for a year. Some of them are for a month. So,
Even on printers and stuff like
well,
that?
that's not an intangible. Those are the Xerox machines fall under GASB 87. And so those are the tables that we're going to create for
Yeah, I knew that.
Our tangible items, our Xeroxes, our vehicles and road graders and that type of thing.
Always thought that subscription's intangible, but
So a software subscription would be an intangible.
That's why I'm with all our software, that's why I'm, you got a computer, but you got a bunch of updates all the time and paying for those through a subscription.
Yeah, so the updates are, generally the Windows updates that comes with your license and, but the software, the cybersecurity software, specifically Coro is my 3-year commitment. So that's our intangible that goes on tangibles.
Is there an intangible with CIC?
When I was actually thinking about talking to Dan about that, when you reviewed that contract, was that did we have a multi-year contract or is it a year-to-year basis?
I don't remember, I wasn't looking at that for
Okay.
that, so I don't remember.
And I have a copy of that
I'll
contract.
go back and look at it.
I can look at it too if you like.
And is the warranty gone on their support?
Yeah, the way the contract was written, we had a certain amount of, well, not support, but training.
Yeah.
I think training was the issue. We had a certain amount of training, but that was just within the first year of the use of the software. And it made it pretty clear that any training after that point was on a fee basis.
So we have maybe if she'll discover at least a little more training, you mentioned training is key.
So we do have a training coming up. It's going to be 40 hours. It's going to go through the major modules for CIC. It's going to go through HR, personnel and payroll. It's going to go through accounts payable and the budgetary and accounting process. So we are going to be going through those trainings that haven't occurred basically since the first 4 months of having CIC. Now we do have a robust software support. I mean, I've been on the phone with CIC several times in the last 2 weeks because it's called ESP support, and they basically we submit a ticket and they give us a call back, and then we do a login and they walk us through the process to solve the problem. So we do. So we aren't lacking in support. It's simply a matter of knowing the process to get it there, and that comes back to the training.
But I'll add to that, the finance and treasurer have great support. The assessor doesn't, as CIC.
So I don't play in the assessor side. He has the CTAS, a tax assessment side. And so you're correct. Finance and treasurer, we have great support. I'll get a phone call back within 20 minutes when I submit a ticket and say, look, I need some help with this process. Can you help me walk through this? And they will call me back 20 minutes to an hour usually, and we've got it worked out.
Cause yeah, I know for a while, this side, the support was down, but I had heard that it was getting better. So thank you for reaffirming that.
I've had good success with their support. So,
And
but I also read lots of the manuals. I have manuals.
Do you helping JD then? How's that going to be?
JD's looking elsewhere. So we'll see what he brings to the table.
So if I can comment
Yeah,
on
but
that.
we're not gonna support it with CIC. I thought we were trying to keep a common system here.
So JD's system, it is all under the CIC umbrella,
Okay,
but
it's a different module. then, is that
yeah,
what you're
it's
saying?
essentially a different module. It's called the CTAS system versus CIC, accounting software. And the assessor's data talks to the treasurer's side of things. It's not required. They could in fact separate and go to a different system if they so desired. That's exactly what we want right now is another conversion, but
No.
Well, from our point of view, we have to support it as commissioners. The umbrella is, we pay for it and we try to make it, and so we want to do the best thing we can to keep the cost reasonable for the county.
understood.
So that's why I'm just concerned, and I don't know.
And that's what I meant by, there's an umbrella, and they could leave the finance treasurer software that is completely intertwined. And we couldn't separate those out.
Right.
But the assessor software can communicate from another software vendor to our system, and it would just be a matter of the database conversion.
That would be in his office, probably where that would take place.
Right. Anything else for me?
No, thanks for
No, thanks.
the update.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Would you like me to? Yes, sir.
I was gonna show you what I think she's talking about here is that this is the Custer County. See, all we have there is budget. This comparison. If you like Douglas County.
You know, I saw that and I saw some amendments from 23.
Oh, it doesn't show up, I guess, on the public. I mean.
Oh,
maybe
no,
you
no,
did.
no, go back. Where was that?
This is,
There was amended budget and submitted in December.
so this is Douglas County.
Oh, Douglas County, okay.
So I'm just kind of showing you what Douglas County looks like compared to. say,
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. Do we want to pause the meeting and I'll take everything down, or I can just?
Yeah, let's do that.
We need to turn on the lights.
So we will return in just a couple of minutes. Don't run away. Unless you have.
But wait, that is.
Okay, the time is now 11:17 a.m. I will reconvene this BOCC meeting. Our next item on the agenda would be the report from Veteran Services.
One.
I saw that look.
Morning.
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 Sure.
Good morning.
Love the haircut.
That was a rough month last month. I was stressed. I was pulling my hair out.
Nose and beard's missing too.
Before I jump here. I'll give you this before I forget that too. All right, let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay. All right, so last month was a rough month. Just getting through the VAG grant and then being in the office, I didn't realize how busy it was until I ran the report. So days open, I was in the office 13 out of the 16 days that we were here. One of the days was the last day I had the flu, so I was working from home that day. But I had to run up to the Springs one day to go take care of my PIF card at the VA facility up in Centennial. And then one of the days I was working from home on that grant package, just so I wouldn't get distracted. And after about 3 hours of staring at the screen, I was wishing I was in the office getting distracted.
Careful what you wish for.
Scheduled appointments. I had 51 scheduled appointments, and 37 walk-ins in those 12 days. And that's, including meetings as well. So it was a busy month. I did have 4 no-shows. Part of that was due to weather and then 1 cancellation. New power of attorneys that was submitted, there was 17. So I'm at a total of 118. Intent files submitted were 8, so that's 144. And again, I do those intent files to help maximize back pay and compensation for folks. New and increased claims submitted, there was 10. So a total of 104, 40 of those being veterans that never filed claims before. So that's 40 first time claims, which will come up again later on. Supplemental claims submitted were 13. That means that veterans have filed claims in the past that were denied. We found new and relevant evidence, or I found mistakes on the VA's part, so we're re-engaging. Just because the VA says no does not mean no. That just means find another creative way to file that claim. Higher level reviews, there was one of those filed, 4 total, one of those being favorable, and then I've got 3 pending. And actually that's changed now, so it's 2 favorable and 2 pending. IU claims, that's the individual unemployability, meaning that the veteran cannot work due to their disabilities. And again, the VA cannot discriminate based on age, so a 94-year-old could apply for IU as long as they meet the criteria. So I've got 4 of those that were submitted. Total, I didn't submit any last month, but 4 total. One of those favorable, 3 pending. Total claims through end of February was 150. The burial reimbursements is still the same, nothing's changed there. Debt waivers, I've got the one approved. The other one is driving me nuts, so I put in the waiver. And then they found out about that software issue between the VBA pensions and Social Security. So they temporarily suspended all those debts that were owed back, and they had that one out there pending for that almost 59,000. While I was waiting on the waiver, I tried to get the guy service connected, which I managed to do. And then now they're collecting the compensation to repay that debt, even though they did nothing with the waiver. So I'm a little irritated. So I'm engaging with the pensions part of the VA and the debt management center out of wherever they're at, to ask them why they're collecting when they never acknowledged the waiver. Increase in compensations. I've got 64 claims rated for 57 individuals. 18 of those are claims that were first-time claims, so they were not service connected to the VA, not getting benefits through the VA. So that 40 number earlier, 18 of those have now been service connected. 4 of them have been denied. So total since I've been here, I've got 8 denials, which, you know, that's most, half of them are faults on the VA. So one of those went through, and I've got a couple typos in here. One of those went through a higher level review, which was approved, and they granted it. I had 4 supplemental claims in, and then that's where the numbers are right. So we got 2 favorable outcomes there. One was denied, which is going to stay denied, and then I've got another one that's still pending. So of those 5, 3 of them have already got positive outcomes, and 1 is going to stay denied. So I'm waiting on the other one. The other 3, 2 are going to stay denied, and then I've got 1 that needs to let me know how they want to proceed. And it'll be the first time in 2 years I recommend a veteran taking a case to an appeal. So wait and see what else to do with that one. So increased monthly compensation. So, you know, on a month, the increase is 31,170 since I got here. Retro payments going back through August 1st and getting obviously my first claim rated here, we're at $164,000. And then between August 1st and end of the month, February, I'm projecting through the end of the year. And that's when I say projecting, these folks have been service connected, and this is the money they're going to receive through the end of the year. They're already receiving it. It's a combined increase, including that retro amount of $590,600. And that typo there, 49 is supposed to say 52. So for 52 veterans. Outreach. I go and brief the American Legion every month. So we're out there on the 6th. I try and get to the VFW, but there's always on a Saturday. I'm usually doing something on Saturday, picking up something or I'm out of town. But this Saturday I will be at the VFW meeting. We have the Veterans Connect Roundtable on the 8th, which obviously y'all are part of. The 15th, we did our makeup for the Wetmore Coffee because we had that roundtable on the 8th, which would have been the first Thursday. And then we had 1 veteran there, 2 widows, and 1 estranged spouse. That we helped out there. February 28th, I got my grant package turned in. I was gonna ask for 75,000, but then I found out that they were gonna be restructuring and reallocating funds for the senior center, so I went back in and reconfigured it and asked for the full 100,000. I'm one of those people, if you don't ask a question, the answer is no. So we asked for the full 100,000. We're supposed to hear back on that last week in May, first week in June to find out if we've been approved, and obviously state funding will kick in 1 July. The Veterans Coffee Social every Wednesday. We've been averaging 10 veterans per week. And typically we get a new veteran every week. We had a new one this morning. And then obviously sharing updates and info monthly via social media and Facebook. Upcoming stuff, we had the senior town hall with UCOG. That was good. We actually met, I forget his name, Tom, I forget his last name. But he wants to work with us, and I talked to him a little bit offline about connecting with the VSOs in the 4 counties. To see if we can partner and figure out ways to where we're actually more involved with that demographic. So it's not burdening UCOG and UAAA or quadruple A or whatever it is. If we could take off some of that burden from them, especially that restructuring that they've got going on. So we're going to be meeting with him and the 4 VSOs, or 4 county VSOs. The 7th, which we did, we went out to the Wetmore Community Center and did the coffee social for this month. And I believe 1, 2, had 2 veterans and then a widow that I assisted out there. 23rd, we've got the American Legion cook-off coming up. So if you all want to come out, if you want to enter, it's $25 entrance fee. But if you want to taste the best chili, I'll be there.
You get your secret recipe.
Well, I'm not giving away any secrets. You just have to show up. The 4th and the 5th of April, we have our state county veteran service officer training. It is virtual this year because the national conference is in Denver. So they want all of the county VSOs to try and make it to the Denver conference. So they don't want to tax them with budgeting constraints and whatnot of going to both events. So it's going to be virtual. So I'll be obviously doing that one. And then the tentative date I had on here was going to be the 3rd through the 5th of May to go to Angel Fire for that POWMIA flag that we have, but we're going to flip it. So it's going to be the last weekend in April that we go run and make that run. I did, I got this note on here, but I didn't put it on my note there, but I did email the principal for the school here about doing a send-off barbecue for any of the kids that are graduating and going into the service. Just so we can acknowledge them for raising their right hand. She did tell me she knows of 1 student, but she's going to connect me with the advisor out there, the counselor over there, and figure out if there's any more. But yeah, that's something we want to do and just acknowledge them choosing to serve them and their families. But that's all I got.
I think it's worthy of note, the value of the hair you lost. You want to tell them the story?
Oh, you want to hear that story? So I was at the American Legion meeting on Tuesday, and one of the veterans there, he does the St. Baldrick's fundraiser for kids cancer research, and he was letting us know that he was going to be out there doing it. And then he looked at me and he said, "I'm challenging Dominic to shave his beard." Well, I'm one of those idiots that if you challenge me, it's really, really hard for me to say no. So I was like, okay,
See that.
I'm in. So then everyone's like, "You gotta shave your head too." And I had set my goal at 500, and I said, okay. I said, if I surpass my goal, then I will shave my head too
For $500.
for $500. And then no sooner I say that, and then my wife posted on Facebook too. And then Delana decided to run around the courthouse and collect funds to get me over that $500, which we did. But I'm not the hero in this story. So we get out there Sunday, and then Christy's husband and son decided to come out and support what we were doing. And then Lucas, her son, 10-year-old, came over and asked me when I was going up on the stage. I said, "Well, when they call my name?" And he said, "Well, I'll come up and I'll cut my hair off for $200. I said, "No, bro, we can do better than that." I said, "We're not gonna take a penny less than 500. So we get up there and I'm talking to the MC, and I said, "Yeah," I said, "Want to bring somebody up?" He gives me the microphone and I introduce him. I said, "Lucas is willing to shave his head off if we can raise $500 right now." So they set him around the bar with a hat. And while he was running around collecting money, one of the waitresses came up and told the MC that there was an anonymous donor said if he raises 1,000, he's gonna donate 10,000. So they sent him back out.
This isn't the end yet.
He came back and he'd raised just a little over $1,100. So whoever the donor was said he's going to match the 1,000 since he exceeded the 1,000 plus the 10,000. So in less than 15 minutes, he raised over $12,000.
Wow.
That's the value of that.
So if you want to see a $12,000 haircut, when Lucas comes around, and he's proud of his $12,000 haircut. He got a medal for raising the most funds.
That's awesome.
So apparently he won it to school on Monday. So
Yeah.
Raised the
That was
most
a good
funds
time.
and he did it in the shortest time.
Yeah. So
Shortest hair.
my son was here, my youngest one, so he was shaving my head and beard, and Lucas was sitting next to me getting his head shaved by a professional. And then Lucas was done, and then everybody's like, "Oh, Dominic, you're still up here." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I got upstaged by a 10-year-old."
Good, awesome, thank you.
So it was a good time, and it was for a good cause, so. And it's hair. If I sneeze, my beard will be back, so.
Well, thanks a bunch.
I would entertain a motion to for signature on the CVA 26.
Oh, we actually signed this CVA 26.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to sign the CVA 26 for elected service officer. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries.
Oh, one last thing on the grant. So the grant, the VAG grant, it's all reimbursed. So we have to have seed money. So we have to, whatever we're gonna pay out to veterans for whatever their needs are, then I would submit for reimbursement. And I can do 2 reimbursements per month. If they give us the full 100,000, then I would ask for 15,000 to be put in the pot for seed money. And then obviously it'll be less than that if we get less than that. But at the end of the year, that 15,000 or whatever we put in there will still be there. So just so it's in on your radar.
Okay.
Come in July.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Cool. Thank you.
Sir.
I have a question. real quick.
Thank you very much.
Somebody had a question.
Oh, wait a minute. I was not on. Nope.
I just got a question, if you don't mind, please.
Who's speaking?
Rob Klein.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
2 things, I've been trying to call the 9470 number numerous times, and I get that's the wrong number?
That is the wrong number.
Okay, that's the problem.
Yeah. So do you need the number?
Please, and also, I also emailed the veterans at CusterCountyGovernment.com and never got a response either, so just want to make sure I got the right contact here.
Do you have a pen and piece of paper?
I'm waiting on you.
Okay, 719-618-8266 is the phone number, and it's a cell phone,
Okay.
so please text me, don't call me. If you
Okay,
text
no
me,
problem, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, guys.
Email.
oh, the voicemail is full. So the email is vso@custercounty-co.gov.
Capiche, Rob?
He's not.
If you text me, I got it.
Say the email again, please, if you don't mind.
VSO@custercounty-co.gov.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Now,
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dominic.
more to the story.
I got stuff today.
Morning, Christie.
My paper yet in desk. So, Mount Carmel has 2 new partnerships. This is the first one, Flagship Health. Flagship Health. So what they will need is a space to set up for their services. I think they're gonna come down once or twice a month. And I'm gonna try and work it out at the bowling alley. Because they have space there and it's free for nonprofits. So, so that's exciting. Then we have another partnership with Colorado MedRide. So they do Medicaid transportation. You guys gotta share. But yeah, that's for more than just veterans. And they're gonna be coming out of Pueblo until we can, I guess, find drivers here and get some cars out here. But yeah. Any partnerships? We're working on flyers right now. This is just stuff I pulled off the internet because we don't have any like official Mount Carmel, flyers to distribute yet.
Where would this flagship health? So they would actually bring their clinic up here to the bowling
Like a
alley and set up
mobile.
once a month
Mhm.
and checkups.
I think you were working
Yep.
with public health too, I heard. Are they gonna help support that? Because there's no health fair.
I didn't hear that one.
Might want to talk to Dr. Brown.
Okay,
I understood.
yeah, sure. So this would be
They come
like a
down and
veteran
do
health
pressure.
fair?
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what they were thinking. I don't know. We talked to them about.
sounds good. But yeah, that's exciting stuff.
Yes, it is.
Also,
So, and then like the med ride, then that would be appointment basis.
yes,
Um,
it's just for medical appointments. Yeah. And I think you have to be on Medicaid.
Okay.
But hey, it's a start.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
That's
Um,
on both fronts.
I know. Next, so I'm working with, you guys know Claudia Morris. I think did she help you on the fire mitigation grant? So Claudia wrote that grant and got 100,000, right?
Well, she didn't write, I couldn't know.
Helped you out? No?
No.
I want to go after this grant too. Okay? Because mental health is a big thing. The suicides, I think there was like an article that the sheriff said about the number of calls they get for suicides. It was really hard to talk about. But I just want to know if I can have your guys' backing, right, as a county to do a veteran program. Right? We can do it at my ranch, we can do it wherever. But actually, we've already got a start on it. We've got our mission statement, our elements of care here, what we're gonna be all about. And there's no seed money needed for this grant. But this is the program we're working on. And I just would like to have the commissioners backing to make it a community thing.
Is this? Are you applying for this grant as your organization?
It's not for 501c3s.
So this is for county government?
It's for foundations and like communities. I forget, I think it says on it. But no, I can't apply under my 501c3.
Okay.
So this would be basically through your affiliation with Mount Carmel. For them.
Yes.
Okay.
I printed out the part that says that, but no, it's for like corporations, foundations, counties kind of thing.
So our help means what? You wanted us to support.
Yeah, to
Meaning,
end suicides, so there's not,
What are you looking for? Endorsement?
Oh.
$10? What do you?
I brought the MOU. I think the MOU will help. This is what I have so far. This is just a draft. We can work. Change the words, whatever.
MOU between how many entities?
There's like the community, like the round table meetings that we have with everybody involved.
So
Like
you're
the-
you're not seeing the county go after this grant.
The community.
It's.
We wanting to create a new entity that would go after the grant.
Okay. I can give you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
like everybody's involvement. But yeah, so before I go and ask for signatures, I just want to make sure that, you know, the MOU looks good, everybody can agree on it. Yeah, but I mean, like, the community's backing.
So basically, let me reiterate what I think I'm hearing then.
Mhm.
Take a good look at the MOU, see if it's acceptable or tweak it if we need to. And sign off on that, which would be an agenda item
Next time.
and as well as probably a letter of support.
Mhm.
And we could probably address all of that at one time. And is there something else that you would be asking for?
No, I mean, there's no seed money
At this
needed.
time?
Yeah,
So.
really just support.
When is the deadline for the grant?
The end of April, we're going for 750,000. So we have time,
Okay.
yeah,
Uh,
but yeah, let's
If we
do an
could look
agenda
this
item
over.
next time.
we wanted,
Let's make it, end of the month,
month in.
so then we're
It'll be
back up
2
here,
weeks.
so you don't have to come down to Wetmore.
She likes the snacks and
I won't be at the end of the month meeting.
We won't be.
I won't be there. I'm not that week.
You can review this and
I can, I mean, I have a lot of questions. I'm not real sure what the county is being asked to do in this. MOU, to be honest with you.
No,
I mean, MOU is basically a contract that says we will do X, and I don't see where we're doing anything other than saying we support
yeah.
the idea. Which isn't really an MOU kind of thing.
Mhm.
I mean, if we're creating a whole new organization, it's gonna be more than just an MOU, I think.
Letter of cooperation or something.
Well, I mean, the organization needs to have kind of a structure. And I don't know that this is something we can come up with in a week or so. You see, I don't know if I'm maybe not being clear, maybe I'm not understanding. But as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably am. You're wanting to create a new entity, a whole new
Entity creative.
organization that would be eligible to receive grant funding.
Mhm.
So that new entity could then apply for a grant. Presumably it would be some sort of nonprofit corporation or something. It would have to be some sort of legal entity so that it could receive funds and operate, enter into contracts and so on and so forth. And presumably you also want the county to be a part of creation of that entity. Along with all these other organizations. And I'm not sure I understand. Well, the MOU doesn't really spell that out from my quick review of it,
Mhm.
but. It's gonna be a lot more than just executing an MOU to have that entity created. There's gonna be a lot of other legal steps that we would have to create before the end of April. That's, I guess, my initial concern.
Right. When's the grant due?
The end of April. Yeah,
No, it's a month.
I mean, for instance, would this entity have a board of directors? Who would be on the board of directors? Who would choose the board of directors? Those are kind of like the first questions. But, yeah.
Mhm.
You managing, right?
Yeah,
You managing, right?
you have a good grant manager.
Not me. I'm gonna help one of my own managers.
Anyway, it's a lot of.
Yes.
questions,
So I mean, we
try to
have.
tackle.
Mhm.
And this is a federal grant, so then we're dealing with presumably federal regulations as to what. Controls need to exist financially and accounting wise within the entity.
I mean, I don't need to understand the grant. You ought to get that to him.
Yeah, this is just like the first section of it.
He
So
needs to see what the grant requirements are,
that is it.
you know, the actual grant language.
Yes.
From whoever.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's really long. I sure
It'll
can.
have all the stipulations and
Community
reporting requirements.
To be clear, I'm not in any way suggesting
We
the
could,
idea of the grant or. Grants about it, yeah.
Yeah.
We have to be able to set it up to sign it.
Yeah,
yes.
my only concern is the legalities of what we need to do this in a month.
I mean, I'm looking at like a possible board right here, no?
Or to the board, if there's the multiple entities, it would be the veterans outfits, whoever you got on here
Mm-hmm.
that are not part of the county. The board of directors would be from each organization, theoretically.
Gotcha.
And I'm assuming the
Bankers,
parties
you got
of
bankers.
this group would be the ones that are listed on this MOU that you presented here then.
Yeah, like they got one bank, not
Correct.
both banks. You got Pinnacle, whatever they're called,
Mm-hmm.
financial group, an operation equine group, Solista, Soul Vista. Those are all organizations that would contribute a director to it or whatever the bylaw, however it's, somebody does that bylaw.
Yeah, I mean, so we have a mission statement, right? We have what we're all about right here.
Yeah.
And there's like a handful of us that are working on that already, like a program.
Mhm. All we're pointing out is there's work to be done.
Yeah, I hear you. I just want to know if I should move forward, right, with pursuing this.
You can't move forward if you're expecting all of us to sign it. We can move forward.
Yeah,
I don't know, if you have each one of these organizations already said they would support going forward. Like
Okay.
Pinnacle,
no,
Soul Vista, seems you wouldn't want to try to pursue it with the grant.
I really want the county. And that, like, honestly, all these other ones. This is the roundtable meeting. This is just
You're
like a
asking
starting
us to set
point,
up County organization.
kind of.
So I think it's fair to say that what I'm hearing from the Board of County Commissioners is that they're fully in support of the idea.
Mhm.
They're fully in support of providing services where we can, to address suicide prevention. And to go after a grant if it's possible.
Mhm.
But the logistics of doing so, number one. I mean, it sounds like you can't do that.
As a
yourself.
nonprofit. Mhm.
I'm not sure that the county is a community organization that is eligible to apply for this grant. And even if the county was, the county would have to examine whether there are kind of the way that, and we were here for the finance director's comments, but there's a state grant with respect to an antivirus program. That's great, it gives it to you free, but then after that first year, you've got to commit to continuing that, financially, and so are we committing to
What are the
$750,000
requirements
after
of the
first
grant?
year?
We don't know.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and what agency within the county or what department in the county would manage the grant? What would be the program? Would it be the health department? Would it be
Human services.
human services? I'm sure Laura would love to hear that she's
Yeah,
got
another headache, another
750,000, but
headache.
also got another thing to deal with.
I find it strange that 501(c)(3)s aren't included. Or 501s, yet any community organization that I know of. That's serving certain veterans, they're all 501s.
Yeah,
Says not normal, yep.
So. It's strange, I mean, that is a very specific for-profit. Community.
Is Soul Vista a nonprofit? They're a nonprofit too, aren't they?
I think
I believe so, yeah.
So why don't we just, in order to keep going here, we
Yeah.
got some work to do.
Yes.
We got 6 weeks.
So Vista might actually be the better.
Yeah, I was thinking
better
Soul Vista
solution
too.
here.
Yeah.
Because really. creating a whole new entity
Mhm.
to run $750,000 through is, that's a tough task in a month.
Yeah,
But
and they,
Go Vista, this is what they do.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they can, get, all of us can sign an endorsement. letter.
Absolutely.
Endorse those.
Get you an endorsement. Yes, this is a great idea. Okay,
No, appreciate.
yeah.
So these links here have all the rules on it as well, that's on this,
That grant, yes. Oh, yeah, there's lots of
lots of
pages of info.
information there.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll go talk to Sylvester.
might be a very good idea but I would reiterate what Dan said is.
Yeah.
I think we're fully in support of this. How it needs to look and move forward is the question.
Yeah, would you call it a letter of endorsement?
Yeah,
All right.
and if Sylvester isn't interested, you might also look at Rocky Mountain Behavioral Health. Who doesn't really have a presence in Custer County, but they could pretty easily out of Kansas City.
Or Dave Reavers ranch up there.
Yeah. All right.
So
Yeah, he would be, yeah, endorsing this, no doubt.
he may be a 501c3 though.
He may be.
I don't
I think he is.
But it'd be worth checking.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, well, more to
Yeah.
come next time, guys.
All right, thanks.
Well, you made us think.
Mhm.
You made us
I'll make your
think.
brain hurt.
Not quite that far.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Watch out.
I'll lose something there. If we get to 1 o'clock, I have a court hearing at once. I have to go be in, just FYI.
I need to leave it about that time too, so we need to get
Yeah,
there.
maybe that gets.
We'll stay
with it.
You can move them.
Move them.
Uh,
Next.
emergency management.
OEM.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have a report.
You should have a report.
Yeah, it's, oh, wait a minute, I have the magic side, but.
Okay.
I keep forgetting.
So the OEM report usually starts with grants. So we'll start there. EMPG. We have submitted our request for reimbursement for 2023. And we're awaiting that payment. When that comes in, it'll have to be posted back to 2023. So yet another finance adjustment here. Our special projects grant funding, we don't think that has been adjusted either. So that's one of these that Vernon's trying to work on for the 2023 adjustment, adding the expenses and the revenue for the special projects, as we got $40,000 and we thought we were going to get 20. So that still needs to be worked on. Last month or last meeting, we talked about the Homeland Security grants. Those were submitted. No funding roundtable date has been announced yet, so I'm guessing that'll be sometime in April. I think I've talked to Lucas a little bit about the suggestion box as a grant requirement. And I think the last communication was that we talked about you'd have to put a suggestion box at all the buildings.
Well, it's not a suggestion box, it's a whistleblower
Okay,
policy.
okay,
So, I'm talking to Robert about, just put it in the policy where people just go straight to him and send an email and say, hey, this is what's going on, or meet him or something. So otherwise, yeah, it's a box per building, basically, wherever we'd have staff at, so.
mhm.
But yeah, we need to get that up and going.
Yeah, it is a grant requirement, something we've been missing. So yet another one of these potential audit items, really. That would be great. My understanding of the whistleblower policies, they're often a third party. And other places I've worked, they have like a 800 number, where you can call in. So maybe that's a contracted service too, maybe looking at, if that's something to be thinking about. The
So wait a
cybersecurity,
second, so you're mixing two things and it's under the heading general.
uh-huh,
And so there's a box, suggestion box, or in this case, a whistleblower or whatever.
this would be all county grants, not just OEM grants.
It's the federal grants.
Oh.
Require a whistleblower.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what this means here. Even if we get started with one suggestion, historic courthouse, it's tied in somehow, that's another grant that requires a whistleblower.
All the federal grants.
All federal
Okay.
grants, so everything that we have, which is probably maybe 30 grants, I don't know. How many there would be federal grants, it's probably several.
Doesn't matter, as long as it's one, you gotta have it.
You gotta have it.
Yeah, so this is something that, we've needed for a while and hasn't, somehow made it to the action
So
item.
who's in charge of that? Is that HR then? Or
I'm gonna
you-
put it
or you
in
can-
HR's hands, cause
Okay,
that's
that's what
what it
I'm
needs to
asking.
be, because
Mhm.
putting a box on the outside of a building, which was what was talked about before, it's not
More than that.
for,
It's got problems.
it's not for the public, it is for.
So here's Mr. HR back here. He's gonna work this. Did you hear that?
I just heard HR, so that's the question.
Have you talked to him about this?
Whistleblower policy,
Most
for
grant,
grants.
federal grants.
Yes.
Most federal grants have built into them certain requirements for policies, for EEOC and all those things. Most of them also have built-in reporting, employees have the ability to report things. That list that I talked to the commissioners about, that is on that list.
of things to do, right?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
things to put in place.
For him, that's, he took that
Yep.
on.
So that's in my audit, not the right word, but observation of things that I've noticed that things that the county needs to work on or put in place. That's in that list, yes. Let's go through all the grants, read all the grants, be familiar with what's within them, because some of them are different, some of them have all kinds of different things, but so that would be one of them.
It's interesting that if we've got a lot of federal grants, and we've never had this, brought to our attention, at least me.
Most federal grants require you have an EEOC policy, a harassment policy.
Yeah,
and this
makes
policy,
sense.
and that policy.
We've never been asked to show us our policy, I guess. I don't.
Some of them need to have a formal EEOC reporting, there's a whole, but that's on the discussion, but built in this. So that's on my list that I can work.
Your to-do list.
So the short answer is this is no longer in your, it's in his name.
Yes, I just continue to bring it up to the rise of action, so that's great. The cybersecurity grant, I think Vernon talked a little bit about that. I don't know if he misspoke, because I'm not sure that I heard this right, but it is a cybersecurity grant that includes that protection for our software. It was originally written as a one-year grant that has been extended. In addition, there's a new funding round that will be coming forward that he can apply for future years. We don't know yet how long that'll be, but this is called CrowdStrike and is part of the state program. And he has attended not only the first webinar that he and I both attended, but also the onboarding. And he might have talked a little bit about that, but it does not look like it will be a budget item for this year or next year. And we'll see if we can get that extended. CoSwap, as you know, this is the grant that was approved by Department of Natural Resources. And we did have the budget amendment, and we'll start working on that for a probably fall launch on that. I'm gonna meet with Dominic early next week just to outline a little bit of how we're gonna do that recruiting. And Bob went away, but HR will have to be involved since this is looking at some recruitment.
Here he comes.
What's the question?
Let's do it again. Just talking to you about a grant that I got to recruit for mitigation folks. They would be volunteers and be filling out all of the county paperwork that Dan has reviewed, the volunteer application, the background check, and the liability waiver.
So the liability waiver, so you're asking them to sign off that they'd be waiving liability coverage for themselves?
Yes, that they would fall under their own insurance unless it was a workman's comp, which would then be under the county.
Workers' comp would be possibly under the county and.
Through the state. Yes.
So I'll take a look at those.
Okay, yeah, so just I'll consult you on how we would go forward. The idea is to recruit veterans into this program, so that's why I'm working with the VSO, so we can potentially give employment for folks after this training program.
The liability insurance, the liability would potentially fall under the county. Yeah, because they're working under the umbrella of the county.
That's
So
right.
if they do anything, then the county, they have to pick that up as part of their policy. But the workers' comp then
Right.
is
Potentially.
can be on the county. But I need to look at the language on it because they're through the workers' comp. Through CTSI, they have a special rider for volunteers. The county can pay for a rider for workers' comp, which you may want to do if they're doing some special things like that.
And I think you and I talked about that, whether that was sufficient or not at the county level, or whether we needed a rider on the county level.
No,
Okay.
Because most like jails and other things, if they have, they have special coverages for things that they're next to. And CTSI, through the stuff that they offer, counties can buy an insurance workers' comp coverage for volunteers for workers' comp. And then normally under the property and liability coverage, then the county that extends to the work they do under the county's already.
So we would come back to the Board of County Commissioners if we felt that that was something we should pay for.
It's automatically there.
It's automatically there, okay,
There's nothing you have to do. It's automatically there.
okay, great, perfect. Thank
If
you.
the county purchases a policy.
For workers' comp. Yeah, the property and liability is already there.
And the county currently does purchase that? Yeah, so,
Unless CTSI has changed their policy since the last time I read through one, but it's already existing within the language of their property and liability coverages. The workers' comp captive might be.
I think that's
I
it.
think so.
No, I'll find it in.
Till you get through the door again, they should probably go at it.
Okay, the next grant is the CSU wildfire outreach grant that was submitted the 29th. And that is a combination of Reggie Foster, CSU extension and OEM. Thanks to everybody who helped me put that together. Kelly has the final copy of that, and we should know the end of April. I think they are supposed to let us know by April 29th, 30th, end of the month. So we'll know a little bit more about that Ambassador Wildfire Outreach Grant. We have 3 volunteers that are taking an ambassador class online right now. One of them is a seasonal resident who is interested for his neighborhood. The second one is a daughter of a permanent resident in Custer County. And then the third one is Tim from the Recycling Center on behalf of his neighborhood in Ilse Camp. So we have 3 people that are already interested in the ambassador program. And Reggie and I have talked about, we might be able to scale this program back, still accomplish the objectives of reaching out to neighborhoods and offering wildfire mitigation, technical assistance and ambassador training. Just we wouldn't be able to do it as well as we could if we had the grant. We'd have a little bit more to work with. So we're probably going to go forward on that. Vernon has helped us map 30 of the HOAs that we want to target in the Custer County. So our hope is to get about 15 folks on board. There's a new group that's starting. It's Ambassadors of Southern Colorado, and there's 7 counties. So these ambassadors from Custer County would be learning from the ambassadors in Huerfano County, who had the spring fire and have had some really good success in mitigating some of their properties. So that cross-pollination among the counties would give us motivation for those neighborhoods to go forward and implement neighborhood mitigation. So we're pretty excited about that. Now the big one, CDS grant. This is the Congressional Directed Spending Grant. This is what is known at the congressional level as pork belly fat. It's the
Pork fat.
Pork fat, yes. It's the stuff that gets tacked on to all these large bills. And when it comes to congressional spending for our state, then our Congress people will go out and solicit bids on projects. And so we applied for this grant last year. It's highly competitive, and it's also pretty much considered shovel ready. So they want you to be very close to either constructing or remodeling your building. So at this point, we do have an application that was released last week. And there are 2 things as a part of that we would need support for. One would be a letter of support from our state Division of Homeland Security to fund an EOC, and then a letter of support at the local level, either from the BOCC or other person who might, be influential or have a feeling about the need for the EOC in Custer County. Lucas and I have been exploring a little bit on the facility side what DOLA grants might be available, and maybe Lucas, you can speak a little bit about what we talked with Randy about for a potential EOC in Custer County.
Lots of options. Then we need to look further into, especially not siloing another building, but using whatever we may have, or trying to culminate it with helping out either the fire department or another entity as well, and making it mutually beneficial to the community as a whole. So.
When's it due?
This grant is due March 29th.
That's a quick turn too.
It's also a quick turnaround. In addition, I really won't have the opportunity to come back to you
They
again.
just released it. I saw the note from, well, can't remember his name.
Antonio Huerte, yeah. It just released it March 9th. It's usually a quick turnaround, and regarding like last month's discussion about giving you as much time as possible to review the grants and mull them over. This is a quick turnaround. Basically what I would be putting together would be similar to what I did last year, which would be a 50 by 100 foot add-on to the search and rescue building at 710 Rosita. And that we would be the grant recipient with approximately 5,000 square feet add-on.
See, last year was a separate building.
No, it was the same. It says potential add-on or existing structure or standalone.
'Cause I remember you had a picture of across the street from, so whatever.
Oh, yeah, that, well, this is over here
I know-
by
I know
Salt.
where you- I know
Yeah.
where you're talking
Oh,
about
okay,
now.
yeah.
You had proposed one across the street from town.
Right, and that was a potential to just buy the building and retrofit
Okay.
it, potentially with DOLA funds, and that's still out there. So what we actually decided with DOLA was that we would do a
No,
survey.
you don't
Yeah,
get it
so,
this one.
yeah, but this one here,
Time, Rob.
that's okay. It's a $1 million grant. The potential, which would not be in this funding year, would be for $250,000 match. This will be new construction for either the add-on to the existing structure or standalone.
But not this year. This would be for.
Not in this budget year. It's the congressional 24-25
Okay.
budget year.
So it's the June 1st or July 1st to June 30th.
August,
Or
I mean,
September,
October,
December.
October
It was
1st.
30 for 30.
Yeah, shoot, yeah.
Okay.
So, today what I'm asking is that, we can always turn it down, the opportunity to apply for the grant. There are some things that we do not have in place, that have not been started, which could make us less competitive. And one of those, I'm sure you've run into before with other building projects, is the environmental and historic, EHP review. And that sometimes can take a long time. I know, particularly that is important for our historic buildings. That usually comes up, the EHP. So that would be an area where I would mark, no, we have not started on that environmental and historic project. So that may make us less competitive. I don't know. We also have to meet the eligibility and cost sharing for the EOC federal grant programs. So again, we're talking federal grants, so making sure we're just compliant with all the things that we need to be.
So, quick question.
Mhm.
You said $1 million. How did you arrive at that number?
I have last year's bid from a local contractor, which I can certainly,
Okay, so it's based on
Share.
that from last year.
yes,
Could be more or less.
And Dole could maybe find the money for the $250,000. Right?
correct, correct. And DOLA is a very solid funding source and rarely will make frivolous promises.
So, I'm with you. This can't be a sole, it's gotta be multi-use.
Yep.
It's not a OEM building. It's a central for lots of things that could happen emergency wise, right? Fire
Mhm.
department, etc. Of course, in an emergency, all those agencies come together anyway.
Right. And so we've also thought about resiliency. That is a little bit of a buzzword, but it is something that is, I think, interesting to DOLA and has been successful in other communities, is looking at a resiliency center. So that would be a multi-agency
What does that mean?
focus. Well, it can mean whatever we want as far as pulling together people. In the event we were able to build something with enough office space, we could also offer office space to other agencies that might be related. So I'm thinking of maybe Veteran Service Office might be a potential match for that building. And of course, would be built to ADA standards, which I think, would be helpful to have good access to the building.
Okay, so we don't have a resolution. We can make a decision.
I mean. Yeah, I don't know.
You have to do it.
Probably need to put this on next week, and I know you're not gonna be here next week, right?
Right.
Have to do it next week and then doesn't mean you can't start. You can still work on it,
Yeah,
but, without knowing whether we're gonna support it or not. But it has to be done.
Do you need and do you need a resolution?
We need to vote that we're gonna go after the grant.
Right,
You
that's on,
need an
we can,
approval.
you
I
can
don't-
have that
I don't
vote,
need-
it's, okay, cause you've got consideration on the agenda, so you could consider it today.
Consideration of what?
CDS grant.
Oh, she put it under that. Okay. Well, maybe it does come.
It
So
would
I
be
think
the
you're fine, I think
approval.
you're fine if you wanted to
Oh,
approve it.
okay,
I didn't see that either. I was
So,
just
yeah,
looking
we
at- I was
can-
looking at this as a report.
So that was on the agenda, so yeah, we can make that vote today. What is the likelihood of be having that DOLA match?
I'd have to come out of capital improvement. And that's, That's the only
If we
big-
get the grant back, and maybe we can reimburse it, but if we don't get the grant, we're gonna have to take it out of capital. For sure.
right, it's match, if we can't get DOLA funds to pick up the 250. Yeah, they'd have to get them out of capital improvement. That's why I hate to build another building. No. Because we really can't maintain the ones we have. I mean, without maintaining the ones we have, we're adding another building that we're gonna have to maintain. And there's costs associated with that.
Well, maybe we just table this and get the information from DOLA to see. So, and I don't think they have a lot of funds, so I think it's pretty competitive in
It's
what they.
mineral and energy grant money, which is pretty big funding. And I don't know that they would give us a funding commitment,
No,
you know, and I mean.
make sure they disqualify, so that kind of stuff.
I got the impression from our phone call that this would qualify, because they're willing to do retrofit or new construction. And of course, our skin in the game as a county is that there's already land, so you don't have to purchase land. So, and maybe another selling point is that the maintenance of a newer building could be less than the maintenance of our older buildings.
Wouldn't the land count as a match?
The land would be a asset that we are putting forward, but it has to be a cash match. But not in this year's budget.
It comes out of somewhere, so.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking about 25 budget season for us.
We have to put it in October, and see what it does to everything. What else can't you do with in next year's budget that might have to go by the side?
Well, I'm sure we can make adjustments,
Well,
certainly.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that we want to know what our real commitment could be, probably ought to get it to us, because that would help make this decision.
I think the biggest thing that is frustrating to me as a community. Taxpayers have funded this building with these facilities and this building with these facilities. And so pretty soon everybody's got a 5,000 square foot conference room. And they're only used 1 or 2 times a year, and they're not used, the taxpayers have paid for it all. But we don't have one that is used by all, or used by even the majority, or even 51%. They're all used at a 10% rate. And now, if we do another one, then who does it all serve? Who gets first dibs? Who manages that building? Who manages that space?
Yeah, things are a little bit different than they were last year. I agree. We don't need to chase this year. We can chase the next one next year. And we'd know more. And we hopefully don't have the crowded OEM that is necessary between now and then the next budget.
And the fire department does have a big room.
And we've run that, we had a big fire that we ran out of, the fire department. 3 years, ago, I think it was, right?
I do think we have some office,
I like the office idea,
issues, that, and
I can wait on.
and storing all of OEM stuff, that, and having it all in one place, that I think we do have some problems with. But we have that with, the coroner as well, so.
I think until we get straightened out, we ought to wait. Personally. Right then. I like to come together with central plan.
But that's just my.
Now we know it could be possible. I mean, we should have thought about this. The congressionally directed stuff comes up once a year.
Right.
Anyway. So we can get ready.
Is it-
for the next one.
Does the CDS, does that directed spending change drastically from year to year?
Depends. One year they didn't have it at all. They went off it during COVID, I think it was. And they revised it and we went after it for the airport initially. And we made the cut when they got dropped in the president's budget for that year. When we didn't get that far.
And in the last 2 years, we've gotten multiple emails from those congressmen.
Yeah,
Looking for interest in that and applying to their offices.
It surprises me, this is Bennett and Hickenlooper did it last, and with Bennett, but Hickenlooper's been out of it lately, I don't know why.
This year they have a common application. Last year it was two different separate applications. And with Bill's advice, we went through Hickenlooper's office last year.
They had asked us to do it before and that looked real promising.
Yeah, and Antonio Huarte is the representative for our region.
Mhm.
And so working with him, we did the notice of interest, then we got the email back saying, yes. It looks like you're applying to the right area, Homeland Security, FEMA,
Right.
EOC. So we got the green light to go ahead and apply. Again, I don't think it hurts to apply because we could then decide we couldn't get the commitment from NOLA or so forth. Likelihood of getting these grants, I think, is small. Because there's a lot of competition, and online you can go through and see like it's community centers and a lot of
You can
different
see
types
who's
of things.
applying and what their projects are.
And who's been awarded in the last years. But DOLA was very supportive about getting a dedicated EOC for every county in Colorado, and that is a goal of DHSEM as well. So that things are consolidated, that we don't have to run off to a building who may or may not be already used for another purpose to set up that multi-use area. And I would be willing to manage the training room. Of course, we don't, I believe, have any 5,000 square foot training rooms that I'm aware of.
I would be
in the
interested.
county.
It's just, we have a lot of taxpayer funded buildings out there that are used infrequently, not used solely for the health of the community. And when you start looking at managing all those dollars for all those different departments, it's, I don't know, it's, I guess I'm trying to not silo up all the departments or even all the special tax districts or any of that stuff. But how do we share to benefit the community and not?
Yeah, and I think that's a difficult
That's my opinion.
conundrum because, of course, we've tried the Justice Center combination and that was not successful because it's so much money. So this is $1 million, somewhat reasonable amount of money where we could get a building. I don't know of other grants, and they're probably out there for capital improvement for government. It's a little bit difficult. So I think this is a great opportunity. And if we did have a plan that included other offices, for example, public health, we don't own a building there, we lease that. So we could potentially carve out some of those costs for places that we're, already leasing or taking on an additional budget item. So it's possible this could be cost saving.
Well, I could vote for this if there's no commitment to it. I mean, let's apply. It sounds like it's a shot in the dark or shooting for the moon, so. And then figure out what I don't know.
Well, I'm where you were before. I can't do it this year, probably not until we get our finance straight. Public, we're under a microscope right now. And until that's $250,000 that would be used for a lot of road work for next year. Yeah, potentially if we don't have the money to do it and do it right. I like the idea of bring it together, put public health in an office, put the VSO in an office. But you could put everybody in the office and then you don't have your big OEM center either, so you gotta have a plan and I think we could work on that come up with a drawing, come up with what it ought to be, come up with an actual business case. That would be real strong on the next round, could be congressionally directed, could be another grant, through DOLA, maybe. Depends on what you get a bid on, get a drawing out, and do it sort of like we did the Justice Center. Not go for too big a giant thing, like, we could have a problem.
Right.
And what we did with the Justice Center was make it modular. So that you can add it in the next year with another, which is where we ended up with the final.
Phasing
Phasing it.
Okay,
So let's have a plan rather than.
so then,
That's my.
I don't have any architectural budget.
No, but you
items.
got the next budget year to work it all. You got plenty of time.
Okay.
So if we were to apply for this and then the DOLA grant didn't show up, do we have the opportunity to turn this down without impacting anything in the future?
If I were Hickenlooper or Bennett, I wouldn't waste my time.
My understanding is that jurisdictions have turned the money down. And part of the issue is that it needs to be shovel ready, so you can't really spend a
right.
lot of
That's right. I
time
forgot about
messing
the
around
shovel-ready.
with this.
That's why it should
So-
take some time to get it shovel ready,
Yeah.
because we don't even have a plan yet.
So, going back to the DOLA conversation, then some of those options were to do a facility study. And that facility study would be, a cost share between the county and DOLA, the way I understood it, 50-50. And that the county could hire a contractor to do a facility study, which would give us outside opinion of our historic, our building use, and a potential master plan for that kind of thing. So that was one of the options that we discussed. The other would be a survey among the agencies and potentially the employees to look at what the space needs are. So, and I haven't been here long enough to know if this is already been included in some type of a master plan somewhere. But based on the fact that, we have the older buildings that are somewhat harder to maintain and have larger items like roofs and structural things, that potentially looking towards that type of facility analysis of some sort, maybe a bigger conversation than just the Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to pursue this, is to get some of that groundwork laid down first.
What we did with the
and
Justice.
then we would have more
Mhm.
to take to them.
When we did it for the airport, it was shovel ready, because we've gone through that already, and that worked out. That's why we made it as far as the present budget. I think you got an opportunity to do that same thing. Okay.
All right, so we are going to start a training program the first Thursday of the month. And we also have added a training called the Evolution of a Disaster on May 30th. So I would love to have the commissioners attend that. We are gonna focus that on wildfire, so that'll give us a good jumping off in May, hopefully before our fire season, which tends to be more the summer months into the fall. And that will be all the different roles of all the folks that would be involved in a disaster, whether at the county level or nonprofits. And then a couple of things that we have been doing in February, we attended the SEMA conference in Loveland. And then Jen attended the Homeland Security exercise and evaluation training so that we can put together some of our own exercises. We are partnering with public health to develop a disaster exercise on sheltering before April 30th. And the new date for the exercise is April 4th, pending getting a location to hold the exercise. Finance, we have been completing end of the year grant reports. We closed our 2023 budget and we are under budget projections. From what we can tell, there are still a few things that need to be moved around, moved back into the right account. We also have developed a form to track all the budget items monthly. So as we go forward, we can be entirely on top of those internal budget reviews every month. And we're looking forward to having a finance director who can then make those changes.
Okay.
Our activities are certainly working with our partners at U.S. Forest Service, BLM, Colorado Forest Service, and our folks with NRCS over here at the office in Westcliff to work with the county wildfire protection plan. We're hoping to get that written still by the end of this year. And we have also joined Fire Adapted Colorado, which is a nonprofit that provides support for wildfire activities. We have our CES LEPC meetings as usual. They are the third Thursday of the month. And then the first couple of months here, we're going to be doing the CEPA, which is that Colorado assessment, and our integrated preparedness program, which is really trying to gather all those training needs from the agencies such as SAR or planning and zoning or any agencies that need training. And then we also have 2 after action reports that were sent to the CES committee for monitoring. So they will keep on top of our actions and any gaps that we identified from our EOC drill where we had the trailer and pulled it over to Lang Hall for an EOC, and then our integrated preparedness program for St. Charles Fire is what kind of training or what things do we need to do. Working on our alert and warning system is something we know we need to do in conjunction with the sheriff's office. We are continuing to work towards inventory. The process of inventory, it starts with our radios. We have been able to go to 2 internal departments and get those radios inventoried. And we're working out a plan for all the rest of them, including the fire protection districts. We anticipate that we're going to start offering the 100 and 700 classes after we finish our training plan and work with our human resources office and how we would roll those classes out. We do have some workshops that we are planning on for next year to help people if they're not computer oriented. And then we'll continue with our badging. And after we get the training done, we will be working on badges for all county employees that have taken that training. Okay, we also have the SEPA for March 26th. That will be next Tuesday at the SAR building. It starts at 8:30 and runs till 1 o'clock. So we have 2 more assessments to gather and get to the state this week. We're just missing a couple things. One of them is cultural and natural resources. I am not aware of anyone that has been designated within county government to be that point person. If there is somebody, I'm not sure who it is, but I pinned that rose on Dorothy since it would involve some potential planning and zoning. And so we're working together on how to do that assessment. We don't have a significant amount of tribes or other cultural resources that could be potentially, but we certainly have environmental. This resource, I think I've talked to you about the Wildfire Ambassador Program. We're looking forward to being a part of the Southern Ambassador Group. And then we have some annexes to develop in alert and warning. And we are using a new project management software to keep track of all of our projects. It's called monday.com. I don't know if anybody's ever used it, but kind of nice. It's got the board and all the tasks, all the people responsible, the deadlines. You can share that among folks. So we're enjoying that to keep track of our projects. We also are going to be doing 2 dates in May at the West Custer Library to do wildfire mitigation education. Reggie and I are working on that. We did that this year as well. And then we'll be assisting in writing grants as needed. And I might be attending the Wildfire Week training in Cripple Creek. The classes were just released and I have to look a little bit closer at whether I have the prerequisites to take some of the training there at that next academy. Any questions?
Nope, that's a bunch. Thanks.
Sure. Now, would you like me to send a report next month? Because I won't be here potentially in person.
Yeah.
Just send a written report.
Yeah.
And anything else about my absence? I'll be on medical leave starting next Wednesday. Anything else I should be thinking through?
Is Jennifer gonna be here or?
Jennifer should be here, and I will forward my phone to her phone for a couple of days while I'm in the hospital. And then I'll put my out of office with her telephone number as well on my email.
Okay.
Any other thoughts?
She needs to be the one.
She's the lady.
I hope it all goes well for you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so let you know.
All right.
Okay. Robin, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And then we have just a written report from
Reggie.
CSU. I don't know if you guys have been through it yet or not.
Yeah.
Did mention that she is meeting down there
With the weed board.
the week board, and we'll have more information on it, so.
Mhm.
A lot of the other is 4-H requirements. Workshops. Any questions on that?
Mhm.
All right. Have no unfinished business today. New business would be consideration of the AP report.
One thing I wanted to ask about it, who is Pitney Bowes Global Financial Service meter lease? $9,912. Never.
Where you at?
Third from the bottom. of the
Third
first
up
page.
from front page.
Only Pitney Bowes thing I know of is the postage meter.
That's what it is.
Maybe that's what it is. It's Global Financial Service caught my eye. That's
Meter?
it doesn't need meters. Maybe. I
Because
don't
we
know.
meter all of our
Postage
mail, so.
meter.
Yeah, I understand the postage. Strange for a
That probably
financial.
is our. That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably the yearly, isn't it?
And then, second page, halfway down under Fund 20. You had a question on that the other day, Deer Crediting Incorporated, that's, the annual payments on that lease for the grader.
That's for both of them, isn't it? Both
I
graders.
believe it is.
Has to be.
It says grader. On that, so I wouldn't swear to that. On whether that's for one of them or both of them, but I believe it's for both. We're doing a motion.
I move we accept the AP reports for $201,583.82.
Second.
Balance.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the AP report. Beginning 3/1/2024, ending 3/12/2024 in the sum of $201,583.82. Discussion on that.
None from me, sir.
Public comment. Seeing none, those in favor of approving the AP report in the sum of $201,583.82, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. Consideration of hiring a BOCC administrative assistant. You got good ears.
He actually does.
Okay, so we have two candidates that we interviewed the other day, and we got one prior candidate that we interviewed as well. And so they will be referred to at this time as candidate A, B, and C. And I would open it up here at the table for
Motion first, or how do you want it?
we could have a motion, or you could discuss them however you want to do that. I'm open to either.
Well, I move, that they were good candidates, and I'm not moving that. It was a good interview session with all of them, and I think candidate C struck me as the best option right now, so I'll move that we accept candidate C. Consider candidate C.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to move forward with candidate C, or to extend an offer depending on background checks. I will insert that verbiage, I guess, in the required background checks. And approval from the candidate if we so approve this. Discussion on that motion.
I would just also say that, candidate A and C both had, very good experience, very good, background, and what we were looking for. Candidate C, scored a bit higher.
And so I can. So I guess.
That is for the order that I had them scored in as well. Candidate C being the top on my list, followed by candidate A. And I would concur with your remarks, sir. Anything from you, sir?
Yeah, excellent. This one was, I thought was quite a bit, a lot of experience in managing, well, computer programs, that kind of thing, and as well as managing activities at a management level. So I thought because of the grant requirement we have on that office, I think it better fit together. And PIO wise as well.
C does have
Why?
some of their already required
Yeah.
items for the PIO that will require the 107 nerd classes and
Yeah.
as well.
That's why I kind of pushed it over for me. So I'm good.
Any further? All right, well, nobody here knows the candidates, so I don't know that I need public comment on that. I guess I would ask for public comment just to,
Might as well.
just because, any public comment on the motion on the floor?
Can I just say one thing?
You may.
If it passes, hallelujah.
See there, let me tell you, that's my feeling too, because we need it.
You might not be saying that after we get this person.
Yeah, might
Maybe
not.
I should wait, huh?
You gotta train this person up now.
So,
That's okay.
yes, we would greatly appreciate it if you would be able to kind of break them in and on the ropes. And I think even right off the bat, even with training, I hope that that takes a big load off of you. I would say thank you very much for you stepping in and taking that role on for a long time.
You're welcome.
So. Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to move forward with candidate C to extend an offer to them, contingent upon passing the required background checks. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. So I guess, Bob, we could have you reach out to candidate B.
C.
Candidate C.
You can reach out to B if you want.
Yeah, reach out to candidate C, and do that. Take care of the required checks. And then
what who A, B, and C are, just
I will give that information to you as soon as we're done here. And then also, if you could reach out to candidates A and B and let them know.
As soon as that one
we have,
accepts it.
as soon as we have the information here. And thank you, gentlemen, for that. Papers. Our next item on the agenda would be consideration of resolution 24-04, prioritizing resources.
I want to make a motion that we, table that until the end of the month meeting. We are running short on time and public patience, and we have some other things to,
Did you move to do that?
yes.
I'll second it. I agree.
So I have a motion on the floor to move this item to the end of month meeting, which is March 28th.
That's me.
Uh,
27th, sir, it's Wednesday.
oh, yes, we go back to Wednesday. Thank you, sir. So March 27th.
That's okay for the end of the month.
Any further comment here?
No, sir.
Public comment? Sir,
Well, I've been waiting here for almost 4 hours to get to this item, to be able to comment on it, and now you're tabling it. Isn't that fun?
No,
No, it isn't.
anything else? I have a motion on the floor to table this until the March 27th meeting. Those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. My apologies, sir. Okay, next item would be the consideration of the street tax grant for emergency services. You are up, ma'am.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm Justine.
Hey.
All right, it's that time of year again. Southern Colorado RETAC grant. I sent one over to Kelly on Monday. But I talked to Brandon today, Brandon Chambers, who's the head of the RETAC down there. And there's more money than I thought there was. So I did another grant as well. Same form and everything, just for different stuff. If you guys want to take a look at it, I can give you that too. It's for a training that we want to do. It's a tactical casualty care class. We're gonna invite the fire department, see if anybody from the SO wants to come. It's a 2-day training. And then there's a little more money left over as well that I didn't do an application for yet. We're looking to get more trauma training supplies with the rest of that grant money. So if you guys are okay with it, if I can go back, type up another grant and just email it over for a signature. So yeah, there's 2 different ones. So that one you guys don't have.
4,200 we had.
And the 4,000 you did not, yes. And then if you guys are okay with it, I want to request another 2,000 from the RETAC. But I didn't type that up yet. I talked to Brandon on my way over here, so. If not, oh well.
Now we'll ask the question just so we have that all out
Yes, sir.
and, these fully funded grants, these reimbursable grants, or these match grants?
They reimburse us, the RETAC does. So we go, we buy what we want, and then they reimburse us for what we bought. So that first grant that I sent over to Kelly on Monday is the King Vision. It's the video laryngoscopes. We currently have 1, but we have 3 ambulances, so we just move it from each ambulance that we're using for the day. So we're trying to get 2 more, so we don't have to do that. So every ambulance is equipped with it. And that's the 42 something, 4197, yes,
And then 4,000.
for that class. Yep.
And the 2,000 is for,
I haven't typed that up. I'll send it over as soon as I can. We want to get some trauma training supplies. I haven't decided quite yet, probably more mannequins and such. They make new stuff now where you can practice stop the bleed. It's an actual, it looks like flesh, it feels like flesh, and it spurts blood. So we're looking to buy some of those and other trauma training stuff.
You're coming to us because this has to be administrated through the
So
BOCC.
we just have to get a signature from you guys, since we don't have an EMS council right now. We have to get a county commissioner signature. So yeah, it's nothing, you guys don't have to put any money up.
Money doesn't flow through our.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nothing like
for
that.
governmental
Gotcha.
entity.
Yep. Yeah, nothing,
Cool.
nothing goes through you guys. We handle it all. We just have to get your signature saying that.
Yeah, I
yes, we can.
move that we support with, is it gonna be the chairman's signature? Is
Yes.
that all you need?
Yep.
On the CTAC grant for emergency services.
No second.
Are you including all three grants or the two that we have?
Grant request, that's request.
Yes, I only have two right now. If you guys are good with that third one for the 2,000 and I can just email it over. If not, I'll figure out how to do that a different
I
way.
want to make sure what we're voting on here before.
That's fair.
You hand
That's fine. That's
So
fine.
we
We
have-
just,
We have the one for the 4,197.70. That's for the scope.
yep,
We have one for $4,000, which is for the
tactical casualty training.
thank you. And then the $2,000 grant would be for the stop the bleed mannequin.
The
training
trauma
supplies.
training supplies. Yes.
The only reason you didn't have that now.
I didn't know that we had that money left over. So the Custer County gets $15,000 from RETAC every year. And we split it between search and rescue, fire and EMS. And usually we just get 5,000 each, but fire didn't use any of theirs this year. And I didn't know that. So
So I could amend them. I'll authorize it for all three.
I'll second it with that. Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to approve the three grants, SPRETAC grants. For 4,197.70. Second grant for $4,000, third grant for $2,000. And any further discussion? Public comment. Being none, those in favor of approving three grants for EMS to go apply for SPRETAC. As stated, 4197.70, $4,000 and $2,000. Signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. And if you can get that over to us, then we'll
Yep.
sign that.
I can do that.
Just send it to me and I'll.
Okay.
Try to sign it.
Okay, perfect. That'll work.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. No,
Thanks.
thank you.
And then do you need the wet signature ones back, or do you want me to send you? To send the signed ones back?
You can just send the signed ones back. I'll bring them and I'll send them to Brandon.
Okay.
That'll work. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Additional items of business.
One thing I was gonna bring up for consideration later would be the airport board would like to have us go out there for a tour and a discussion like we did before with what's up and their big scope and the big vision, get the board familiar with where they're headed. And I'll send a note out and get a poll on what the available dates are over whatever period they want to look at. So I'll be looking for that. The other one I thought of would be to consider a way of invoicing for this right now we've got accounts set up in all these stores like Napa. And we've got to get Napa, by the way, updated. I need to talk to who to talk to. We've been on their list, but it needs to be recertified so that Napa will support the corporate Napa as a paper from the city. Do that. That way they get a tax exempt instead of charging taxes. But right now we go in and Vince could go in for parts, for example, and they'd be taxed until we get. I'll have to get a letter from. I think it's a letter from finance department with our with our. You can take a look at it.
All right.
But right now, we're doing that with these accounts at the ACE and all these other things. There might be a way of doing it without even that. Maybe we invoice set up so that we're getting invoices for whatever are needed. And then it's easier to bring that in as opposed to collecting a bunch of different departments. Each department could invoice us for what they need, for example.
I got you.
Maybe there's another way of looking at it. And so, I'll put out whatever that, idea is and have you take a look at it, put it on another agenda and we can take a look at a different way of doing it that might be easier to be more accurate with how we entered into and get it reconciled better. That's thought.
And so I was under the impression that they were not paying taxes at Napa.
They are, I've checked it. They, right now, only reason, because nobody's been there in a long time. And so it has to be renewed periodically. One
Probably every year.
Yeah, I think it is every year.
Yeah.
And they hadn't bought any parts there lately for some reason. I had her pull the,
Well, they're getting most of their parts from Napa and Canyon,
well, there you go.
and so.
Why is that? The Napa supplies and Canyon supplies.
Yes, they do.
So maybe, I don't know how they're, but she said, Julie said that she had to get the form. You can just talk to her.
All right,
See
sales
what
tax
we have to do.
status, corporately. Okay.
All righty. Anything else?
No.
Public comment. I'm not hearing or seeing any public comment. Executive session, I believe we will fill off with our agenda.
Yeah.
And so here, if no other business, I will adjourn this meeting at 1 p.m.
It'll be a 4-hour meeting. All right, thanks.
My apologies, sir.
Things happen, it's okay. All right, thanks, Kevin.
With Robin, that can't happen. She's having conversations with it.
I know, I don't get it.
I'm about ready to have, they don't give a report. We do a workshop once a month with them.
We just gotta
This
have
is
it.
getting out of
She's,
hand.
it goes on and on and on too much.
It's not a report, it's, and then it's beat everybody else up. And it's more and more stuff, it's more and more grants, and I've got Vernon, he's gonna change the grant worksheet to